Mi ridai il microfono, ditemi quando è aperto. È aperto? Ladies and gentlemen, I remind you that there's another hall called La Scala where we're gonna live feed the conference. So over there are lots of seats and you can accommodate and follow the conference over there. Thank you very much. But if we don't go out, we cannot start the conference. Please let our friends know that we are kind people here in Italy. Thank you very much. Mi dai il microfono ancora? Mi date il microfono? Gentlemen here, I need this alley free for safety reason. Please understand. Thank you very much.
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Italy. Two G20 countries rich in culture and heritage, bound by a robust and enduring relationship, founded on reciprocal respect and mutual economic priorities, characterized by collaboration to unleash opportunities for growth. 1 year on from our last meeting, partnerships between our nations have continued to strengthen. Two-way trade has increased from 7.8 billion euros to over 11 billion euros, with more than 1.4 billion euros of bilateral non-oil trade in 2022. Our relationship extends far beyond the trade of oil, across sectors such as transport, construction and tourism, with more than 157 Italian companies investing in the kingdom. Today, in our 91st year of relations, we come together to explore new opportunities to deepen our collaboration, united by vision and fueled by innovation. Together, we will drive the next wave of investment and economic growth to a more prosperous future for all.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome to the Italian-Saudi Investment Forum. My name is Andrea Cabrini. I'm the managing editor at Class CNBC here in Milan, and I'm delighted to serve as your host in this very special event. Indeed, today in Milan, we gather leaders from business, industry, politics, and civil society to discuss ideas, to explore investment opportunity, to strengthen collaboration throughout an open dialogue today. Together, we will look for a solution for the most complex challenges that will shape our future. We'll share experience. We'll plan new partnership in very different grounds, in very different sectors, starting with the crucial energy transition and climate initiative, but we'll discuss also life science, healthcare, advanced manufacturing, hospitality, tourism, real estate. I still haven't got if we'll discuss also one of the most beloved Italian industry, which is football. I still don't know. But what I know is that we're going to have a very busy schedule this morning. Our agenda today includes keynote speeches, presentation, panel discussion, and a very important exchange of memorandum of understanding and agreements that Saudi and Italian counterparts will sign today, including the government of the two countries. Now, we are ready to start, so thanks again for attending this very important moment. Just before we begin, I encourage you to download our app and to link into the Go platform. You can do that scanning the QR code on your page, and you will find all the relevant information on the conference. And most importantly, you will have the chance to organize B2B meetings. In fact, after lunch here, you will have the opportunity to have matchmaking meetings, one-on-one discussion, and to follow workshops. Milan is a global city and is the capital of Italian business. So we are honored to have, for the welcoming remarks, the mayor of city, Beppe Sala. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Milan in this sunny and hot city. Sunny and hot day, of course, nothing compared with Saudi Arabia. Dear friends, Milan is really pleased to host the first Italian Saudi Investment Forum, taking place in the 90-year relationship between our two countries. We are thankful toward the Italian Ministry of Enterprise and Made in Italy, the Saudi Ministry of Investment, and the other organizer for holding this crucial, very crucial gathering in our city. Milan welcomes the political and business leader coming from Saudi Arabia, as well as each participant to this high-level conference. The first Italian-Saudi Investment Forum provides a unique opportunity for exchanging ideas, as well as developing joint projects between two G20 countries, major players in the global economy. Now, my city, Milan, the third European Union's metropolitan area by GDP, the third one, strongly believes in the benefit of international cooperation. Closer ties forged by the Italian-Saudi Investment Forum are going to forecast a more prosperous and sustainable future for our people. Foreign direct investment, joint business projects, and an increased bilateral trade have the power to bolster multilateral cooperation and put forth global public goods, like a very much needed worldwide push for sustainability and innovation. Saudi Arabia has launched an ambitious agenda of change, Saudi Vision 2030. Italian business are endowed with these suitable skills to diversify Saudi economy. And the successful, let me tell you, the successful transformation achieved by Milan, the financial and business capital of Italy, showcases a promising path. Once an industrial powerhouse, our city has become a knowledge and innovation hub, delivering a cutting-edge solution for a more sustainable development in several economic sectors. Now, exchanging insight and fostering talents in order to tackle the new challenges is the core of Milan system, based on a very deep partnership among public sector, academia, just to remind you, we have 220,000 university students that out of 1.4 million inhabitants, it's an incredible ratio, but that is fundamental for us. So academia, a broad network of small, medium-sized enterprises, and international cooperation. A Milan business community is a world-renowned leader in the global economy, and its appeal on the international markets demonstrates an encouraging way forward to make our two nations thrive. A better future for Italy and Saudi citizens is going to provide benefits to the whole international community. Stronger bonds between our two countries will increase the well-being of our people, providing also a blueprint for a more stable world order. Best wishes for a successful conference, and hope you will enjoy your staying in Milan. Thanks a lot.
Pesala. Now, let me introduce and please welcome the Italian Minister for Enterprise and Made in Italy, Adolfo Urso. His Excellency, please.
I would like, first of all, thank once again at the very start of these very important, relevant and historical summit on investments between Italy and Saudi Arabia. I would like to welcome the Minister of Investment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Khaled Al Falih, who has strongly wanted to organize this meeting. He's leading a government delegation and a delegation of companies and enterprises that we have rarely seen before in this context, with more than 150 representatives of the world of business and enterprises in Saudi Arabia. With His Eminence Khaled Al Falih, we met remotely, as we always say in these times. We came together and knew each other a few months ago and have started a relevant commercial partnership amongst our two companies, and in this important historical phase, a technological industrial partnership at the same time. And I would like to thank Fatal bin Saitam, the Prince and Ambassador of the Reign of the Kingdom in Italy, who is very young and dynamic, and he has a vision for the future as much as his kingdom does through the Vision 2030 program. And in fact, he has a vision, and the city of Milan and the mayor of the city mentioned this explicitly. We have to look into the future and build the future and never be content with what we have today. So this forum is the start of a new partnership between Italy and Saudi Arabia, between Italian companies and Saudi Arabia companies, so that they can develop together a technological industrial partnership that is so important and so remarkable as the one that we expect to happen in these next few years. And the participation of Italian enterprise to this meeting has been really extraordinary, not just for the quality of the businesses that are attending this meeting, and also in other rooms with more than 500 people attending the meeting in this hotel, and more than 700 remotely connected. So 1,200 companies are listening to your and our message on the way we can best cooperate. There is a long-standing history between Italy and Saudi Arabia. Since the very start of the kingdom, there's been a very long-standing commercial partnership history between the two countries. Saudi Arabia has been a major provider of energy and also of activities of major construction companies Italian construction companies in Saudi Arabia. But today we ask ourselves the question whether it can become something even more remarkable due to the new vision, for example, due to renewable energy sources. And we were mentioning before the green hydrogen, the green technologies, as well as the digital technologies. These are some of the fields where Italian companies attending this meeting can do a lot. They can give a major contribution, and the commitment of Ms. Giorgia Meloni's government, and I would like to convey her greetings. She had the opportunity to meet the Minister of Investment yesterday, who strongly believes in the industrial and economic partnership of our two countries. We know the reason why. In fact, in a world that is tormented by turmoils, Italy and Saudi Arabia can do a lot, not just in order to grow and develop together in terms of expanding the technologies for the future. And Italy has got many enterprises operating in the digital sector as in Lombardy, and many global companies in green technologies as well, or green metal and manufacturing companies, metal and steel companies. But in metal and steel industry, we are an advanced country. We are fully aware of the ways we can create steel or produce steel in an environmentally friendly way. Well, that country is Italy, which has very well founded or technologies in that field. But of course, we also have to consider other future-oriented companies like the Leonardo Group that is attending this meeting and the entire supply chain of the air and space industry. Italy will be pointing at the development of the space and blue economy for future years. In the next budget law, we will also consider two major drafts or laws to continue to foster the space industry and to develop the economy of the seas and oceans, as we know that these are two major elements for the future. So colonization of space and the exploitations of seas and oceans. So we are considering, after signing the new agreement between the Saudi Arabian Kingdom and the Italian Republic, to carry out with another summit on investments shortly in Saudi Arabia. And this is our intent, as we discussed it with the Minister Al-Fali, so that the enterprises of these two countries can further develop their activities also in other countries. And the political role that Saudi Arabia has been playing in recent months is extremely important. Very recently, we had a summit in Saudi Arabia on the peace process in Ukraine, and I believe that our two countries have got to work together in that respect. Saudi Arabia and Italy can do very much in this respect, also in relation to third countries and the Mediterranean countries in particular that need stability as well as investments. And I would like to mention the case of Tunisia, where we are both committed to support the Tunisian government to invest there in order to stop, or better, to stop illegal migration. Italy and Saudi Arabia can contribute in the African countries in the Horn of Africa and in the Sahel area to develop a logic of partnership and involve Africa into the development of the great Middle Eastern part of the Arabian Peninsula. And we intend to do this with the Mattei plan that was presented by the Prime Minister. So Italy can provide an ecosystem for the development of the entrepreneurs of Saudi Arabia in the sectors they have selected in the primary sector of agriculture as well as of tourism, as the city of Milan is proving. It is a city of businesses, but it is also a city of tourism. So the Italian system encompasses the agricultural and agro-industrial sector that is made up of excellent businesses, but we also have advanced industries. We're ranking second in Europe for the tourist industry. So it's a 360-degree real economy system that also the Saudi Arabia kingdom would like to be. You cannot just think of exporting fossil fuels, but rather develop a thorough system with a very competitive industrial system. And this can happen also with the help of the major extraordinary system of Italian leading businesses. There are leading industries in Italy and in Europe. We have Italian champions and we have small and medium-sized enterprises that have created a system that is as their vocation to the development of their enterprises. I believe that this is going to be very useful for Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia can be very beneficial to us, to Europe, to our country, to the Mediterranean area, so that we can grow much more. And in order to foster foreign investments, our government has created a set of laws that will foster this, the one-stop shop for foreign enterprises that provides a tutor to any company requesting to have one, so that investments are facilitated in the country. And we have set up an office in the Ministry department that is dedicated to Saudi Arabian companies to ease and facilitate their partnership with Italian businesses. And our last measure also considered that in case of more than €1 billion investments, if businesses require that, the government will provide an ad acta commissioner to facilitate any form of investment in our countries, as it happened for the Genoa bridge. I believe this is very important, so I would like to come to conclusions by saying that the Milan Stock Exchange and the year 2023 is the stock exchange that has grown more remarkably in Europe, with the plus 21% growth for investments in this country, have grown more than for investments in Germany, France, and Great Britain. The spread testifying of the solidity of a country has been reduced by 90 percentage points in 1 year. It was 2.53 1 year ago. It's now 1.64, so which means that foreign capital are being invested here, and that other countries look at our country with faith. And I am sure that the Miss Giorgia Meloni, the president of the Council, have inaugurated a very important historical phase, knowing what has been done in the previous 90 years together, but in full knowledge that we can do much more and much better in this very difficult phase of the economy and in this very difficult phase of our world, for our world. So our two countries have a vision for growth. And I truly wish that companies in attendance today can testify that we can do more and better, and therefore encourage other Italian companies to try and obtain a shared level of growth between Italy and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And I would like to conclude by thanking the representatives of the Saudi Arabia delegation here in Milan, who have had an opportunity to see that Italy can offer a best contribution.
Grazie, Ministro Urso. Sir Adolfo Urso. Now let's welcome His Excellency, the Minister of Investment of Saudi Arabia, Khalid Al Falil.
Your Excellency, Ministro Adolfo Urso, Excellency Mayor Giuseppe Sala from Milan, Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, our able, young and dynamic ambassador to the Republic of Italy, as the Minister said, buongiorno, good morning, and assalamu alaikum wa sabah al-khair li-ikhwanna min al-mamlaka. It is indeed an honor and a pleasure for me and my colleagues from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to be here in Italy, but specifically in this dynamic economic capital of the country, Milano, and we would like to once again thank the mayor of this fantastic city, Giuseppe Sala, for hosting us today. But our week-long visit to Italy, and some of us have been here for a few days, others will continue to be here engaged with our partners in Italy for the next few days. We've been hosted extremely well with great preparations, as you see from this forum as an example, by His Excellency Minister Urso, who has, since assuming office with the government of Giorgia Meloni, has taken on the relationship with Saudi Arabia, as it should be, a key, strategic, long-lasting relationship that needs to be taken to the next level. And I want to thank you, Minister, your government, the Prime Minister, who expressed the same words to me yesterday for this not only expressions of warm partnership, but the actions you have already started to take. As I mentioned, and as you mentioned, Italy and Saudi Arabia are long-term strategic partners with our bilateral relations over 20 years in the making. This is quite phenomenal because Saudi Arabia was recognized about 90 years ago, and Italy was one of the first countries to do that. There was a treaty of friendship signed in 1932, which has served as a cornerstone of our robust partnership, which truly is multifaceted in nature, encompassing political dialogue, cultural exchanges, scientific and technological collaboration. Recent engagements include the 12th Saudi-Italy Joint Committee meeting, which was held in Riyadh in June last year, which was also when we held our previous investment forum. I'm also happy that we have an active Saudi-Italian Business Council, and they've had 2 meetings in the recent past with a visit by the Council to Rome and Milan in May of last year. I think it's no secret, and it probably shows very, very obviously that Saudis admire and love all things related to Italy, including, of course, your fascinating history and your amazing sites, which Saudis travel to and admire year-round. And like many in the world, but specifically Saudis, are big consumers, and we are drawn to the traditional 4 F's that Italy is known for: fashion, food, film, and furniture, which demonstrate to us every day how excellence can create an important, distinctive, added value to a nation, to an enterprise, even to an individual. But today, and during this mission, we would like to focus on another F, if I can call it that, drawn from your amazing factories, advanced manufacturing, industry, technology, and innovation that, to a certain degree, I think many Saudis undervalue to the degree it should be. And for my Saudi friends, I will remind them that Italy is the second manufacturing country in the continent of Europe and one of the top 10 globally. But looking the other way, I have seen it clearly, and the minister and the mayor have illustrated it. Italy has developed an interest in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, not the least linked to Vision 2030 and the rapid economic development taking place in Saudi Arabia, driven by the vision. Our status as a G20 member, our geographic location at the meeting point of 3 continents, and being the heart of the Arab and Islamic world, our multifaceted transformation, as I mentioned, by the vision, and our strong, stable economy and status as a key trading partner for many nations enhance our power not only to grow economically, but to bring people and nations together. We can act as a bridge between continents and between developed and emerging markets, north to south, west to east, connecting them through trade, direct investment, as well as co-investment with our partners here in Italy and third countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to report that Saudi Arabia today is doing extremely well. Last year, we were the fastest growing economy in the G20. First half of this year, our non-oil GDP continued to grow at above 5%. Since we launched Vision 2030 7 years ago, our GDP has risen by a combined 66%, and we are now positioned as a first-tier FDI destination among the global top 10. Our credit rating is A1 by Moody's, A+ by Fitch, and on the fiscal side, the Kingdom has the second lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G20. While last year, total investment in the Kingdom, that is domestic and international, grew by over 30%. The Milan capital market was mentioned. Our own capital market, Tadawul, has also leapfrogged from being number 25 in 2016 to being one of the top 10 as we speak. All this, ladies and gentlemen, did not happen in a vacuum, but is the result of the clear and inspirational leadership of His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, by sustained regulatory and judicial reforms and forward-looking investments that many Italian companies have the chance to participate in. So, at this moment in time, Italian companies, as I mentioned, have the chance to capitalize, especially that we have already an impressive 150 Italian enterprises licensed, registered, and operating in the Kingdom, but obviously that number can, and I'm sure will, grow significantly. And while Italy belongs in the list of the top 10 economies globally in size and a much higher positioning, in my opinion, in terms of quality and innovation, I have to say it is only in the top 20 in terms of investors in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And this is something that we hope, as I mentioned, that our visits and our discussions this week will significantly change as we go forward. This change, as I mentioned, is already taking place with the good work done by the Ministry of Enterprises and Made in Italy and ourselves, and I'm happy that shortly after my remarks, we will be marking 18 separate agreements between Saudi enterprises and their Italian counterparts. Ladies and gentlemen, together we can complement and leverage each other's strengths. For almost every sector in Saudi Arabia, is seeing above-trend growth with more than 3 trillion euros, 3 trillion euros in total planned investments over the next 7 years. This is not a high-level aspiration based on a top-down macroeconomic planning. These are projects that are determined bottom-up with clear definition, feasibility, inputs, and IRRs that we can discuss with interested parties as we go forward sector by sector with the right ministries in the kingdom. And each one of the sectors of the Saudi economy has opportunities for great companies and enterprises here in Italy. But in the interest of time, allow me to focus on a handful that I believe Italian capabilities, complementarity between Saudi and Italy, would offer the most advantage. Their energy and sustainability, supply chains and advanced manufacturing, culture and sports, and innovation and entrepreneurships. Energy and sport, energy and sustainability was covered extensively by His Excellency Minister Orso. I would just re-emphasize that the Kingdom has been and will continue to be the partner of choice for Italy in the area of energy. Traditional energy, oil and gas, fossil fuels, we've been a global leader for 80 years, since the 1930s, and we will continue to be the leader, stabilizer of the market, and provider of that source of energy as we go forward. But we're determined to be equally dominant and influential global energy supplier in new forms of energy, green energy in particular, decarbonized energy. So green hydrogen is being talked about around the world by consumers and producers and academics. There is no other country that is committed to the production of hydrogen like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And I'm happy and proud that we have both NEOM as our project of the future and bet on transforming not only energy and industry, but way of living, and bringing new technologies that are in the lab into scale. But NEOM is hosting and partnering with Aqua Power and Air Products in the world's largest, by far largest, green hydrogen project, which is under construction, financed, closed, and already signing agreements with off-takers. And I would love to see that green hydrogen being piped through systems here in Italy, not only to Italy, but to the rest of Europe. And discussions are taking place already to do just that. And I'm happy, by the way, mentioning Aqua, that Aqua is active, led by an Italian CEO, and will be signing 6 MOUs by one company today, just to set the benchmark for the rest of the Saudi companies to scale up our partners right here. But if we talk about energy, we cannot skip talking about Saudi Aramco. And I mentioned their leadership in oil and gas. But they're also going to be the leader in new energies, including blue hydrogen, and they've already tendered a great program to make them the undisputed leader for the production of blue hydrogen, blue ammonia, and providing global energy security and stability as the world transitions to decarbonized, clean energy. But beyond hydrogen, of course, producing renewables, producing the materials and the supply chain for energy is a key area. Construction, engineering, and supply chains are also part of the global success to manage this energy transition and to create opportunities out of it. And I'm happy that ENI, Enel, Snam on the Italian side are already partnering with Saudi Aramco, Alphenar, who is an upcoming and ambitious player on the Kingdom side, Aqua Power, as I mentioned, and many others in the Kingdom on the energy transition. In terms of supply chains and manufacturing, the need to stabilize, introduce resilience in global supply chain, address electrification and the energy transition is a global challenge, and the Kingdom is going to be, already is, and will increasingly become a solution provider to all enterprises, especially multinational companies. That's why last year His Royal Highness the Crown Prince launched our Global Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, GISRI, which aims just to do that, taking advantage of the abundance of resources, including energy, location, cost, funding, and so on and so forth. This has been backed up by the launch of 4 special economic zones that are significant in size and will have the regulations, the renewable energy, as I mentioned, data processing and cloud computing to make them some of the most competitive locations that Saudi and Italian companies can joint venture in to reach global markets, including regional markets. But to address global supply chains, one can never, of course, by definition, think local, either investing or exporting, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has launched a number of initiatives to invest internationally to address global supply chain. I'll mention in this regard a recent one, Manara, between PIF and Ma'aden, our mining national champion, that has, within weeks of its launch, already invested billions of dollars in global critical material mining and global supply. And I think this is the beginning, and I know this is the beginning, so I would ask you to stay tuned. More to come, and I hope that Manara will find opportunities here in Italy to invest with Italian enterprises to mine for critical materials here in Italy and around the world. And the PIF is with us, and so is Ma'aden, for anybody interested to advance those discussions. Advanced manufacturing, as I mentioned in the beginning of my remarks, is an area that we want to focus on, in addition to the traditional areas of excellence for Italy. We have an ambitious agenda in Saudi Arabia. Our GDP contribution for manufacturing will grow by a factor of 4, and our exports for manufacturing will go by a factor of 5, from 40 to 220 billion euros, partly enabled by the Global Supply Chain Initiative I talked about. In electric vehicles, we have launched 3 separate OEMs that will be thank you. 3 separate OEMs that will be manufacturing EVs on the west coast of Saudi Arabia, and obviously Italian excellence in auto part manufacturing will be key to allow this EV manufacturing. But there are areas, as mentioned by Minister Orso, in advanced materials, in space, in biotech, and other areas that we want to leverage what Italy has. In culture and sport, this is, I think, an area of natural complementarity and benefit for us from Italy, and we see that in the fact that 10% of your GDP in Italy is directly attributed to tourism. This is exactly the goal of Saudi Arabia, 10%, 100+ million visitors we will have by 2030, and we're on track to achieve that. And I think great partnerships can happen as we aim for 250 billion euros of investment in that space. Last sector I want to talk about is innovation and entrepreneurship. We're impressed by young entrepreneurs, the academic sector, and universities, and what they are doing in research and development in Italy. And we would love to attract them to the kingdom, to provide a platform for them to grow, taking advantage of our abundant VC funding, where VC funding in Saudi Arabia, which is the largest in the Middle East, grew by 70% last year. Minister, also I know that one of your objectives and your ministry's objectives is to take Italian companies internationally and to enable them. And I will tell you something you probably already know and mentioned, that Saudi Arabia is the prime opportunities for this. We are in a project super cycle, if I can call it that, in Saudi Arabia. We will be spending over 1 trillion euros on direct contract awards in the remaining years of this decade. 1 trillion euros. And there is today a need in Saudi Arabia for quality contractors, quality material suppliers, to come and join with many capable Saudi companies and be part of that value chain. So we will be happy to work with your ministry. We will be happy to work with the Confederation of Italian Enterprises and all of our counterparties here to open the floodgates wide open for Italian companies to take advantage of this flow. And we would expect them, of course, to localize in the kingdom, to partner with Saudi company. And we have with us the Association of Saudi Contractors here that is looking to engage on this very important topic that is win-win. And as mentioned earlier by the minister, we don't want our partnership to be limited to Italy. We don't want it to be limited to Saudi Arabia. We want to extend the capabilities of our two great private sectors to the rest of the world. Our political leaders are aligned. We have the same objectives to bring prosperity and development in Africa, in the Middle East, in Asia. And we think our companies can benefit from this political alignment by taking the capital, the capabilities, access to markets, access to technology, and international finance and de-risking mechanisms that we will work together on to do great things and bring stability to areas, especially in Africa. And Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I just want to re-emphasize that Saudi Arabia is more than open for business. It is looking forward for all great Italian companies to look at the kingdom as your second home. We want you to see the kingdom as a platform from which you can access not only a Saudi market that is growing at a very high rate, a regional market that is also healthy and growing, but a platform for reaching Africa and beyond. And for this, we have an investment summit mentioned by the minister. On the 23rd, we're doing a Saudi-EU investment summit that I would love to have all of the companies present today come there and continue the discussions that we're having this week in Milan, followed, of course, by the iconic FII conference from the 24th to the 27th, which will bring over 10,000 global investors to the kingdom, and global leaders also will be there from different countries around the world. And I hope to see you there. And in closing, allow me once again to express my heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you for organizing, to His Excellency the Minister for hosting and organizing this event with us, and we look forward for following the fruitful discussions that will be taking place today and the rest of the week here in Italy, and seeing you in Saudi, as I said, in October. Thank you very much. Grazie.
Thank you so much, Minister. Please remain on the stage for the first act with Minister Urso, for the first act of the ceremony of the exchanges of the agreements that are being signed in the occasion of the investment forum here. And this morning, the Italian and Saudi government, the minister, they signed an agreement, a protocol for the support of direct investments. right. Thanks again. Thank you, both Minister, Your Excellencies, for your introduction. Now we move to a vital part of our Day and Investment Forum, which is the exchange of Memorandum of Understanding and business agreement that has been signed for this forum by entities from Italy and Saudi Arabia. You know, progress in economy can only go through innovation, research, and new business relationship. And this is what these MOUs and agreements are all about. Let me start, and I will ask the entities and the managers to join me on the stages. So let me start with the first one. Yes, we are ready to go, so it's kind of a long list, so let's make attention. So the first one, I welcome Mr. Kamel Ghibri. It's chair of JK Investment Holding Group, together with Amar M. Altaf, Assistant Deputy of Service Sector at the Ministry of Investment, and Professor Ahmad Hersi, Chief Executive Officer at King Saud University Medical City. They exchange an investment agreement in the healthcare sector to set up one or multiple entities in the kingdom. All right. Here we go. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Okay, we have to move to the next one, to the following exchange. All right, ministers. So the next one, I welcome Mr. Giuseppe Ricci, who's General Director at Eni Energy Evolution, and Dr. Marco Arcelli, who's CEO of Aqua Power, to exchange a memorandum of understanding in the energy sector to cooperate in the green hydrogen projects across the Middle East and North Africa. Here we go. Okay. Thank you. Yes. The ministers can go. No, the minister stays. Okay. Now, Marco Arcelli can remain on the stage after the photo opportunities because he's been already mentioned as, you know, six different agreements. So next one, please join me in welcoming on the stage Stefano Granella from A2A, the Italian multi-utility, and again, Marco Arcelli, the Memorandum of Understanding in the energy sector to collaborate in hydrogen projects, green hydrogen projects across the Middle East and North Africa. All right, here we go. Thank you so much. Now, I welcome Mr. Alberto Cavaggioni, who's CEO at RINA, and again, Marco Arcelli, who's here on the stage at Aqua Power. The Memorandum of Understanding in this case is collaborating on shipping and exports. All right. Congratulations. And now it's the turn of Luca Buonerba, who's Chief Marketing and Business Development Officer at Industrie De Nora, again with Marco Arcelli from Aqua Power, to exchange, in this case, a memorandum of understanding to promote collaboration and a supportive partnership in the energy sector. Next MOUs, I welcome Mr. Sergio Iorio, CEO at Italmatch Chemicals, again with Marco Arcelli, Aqua Power, to exchange a memorandum of understanding to explore a collaboration in the supply of technology in the energy sector. All right. Thanks, Aqua and Italmatch Chemicals. And now I welcome Barbara Beltrame, who's Vice President at Confindustria, the General Confederation of Italian Industry, again with Marco Arcelli, Aqua Power. In this case, the Memorandum of Understanding, again in the energy sector, will facilitate the collaboration in power generation, water desalination, manufacturing, and development projects. All right, here we go. So thanks. You're done. Okay, thanks. And but the agreements are not over, so let me welcome Mr. Alessandro Moratti, Export Director at KSA and SAB, and Mr. Mohammed Al-Sogur, Vice President, the National Water Company. They exchanged a memorandum of understanding in the water and wastewater management sector to promote future project opportunities and the visibility of product localization as well. All right. Next Memorandum of Understanding, I welcome Flaviana Lenzo, Deputy President at Plast Italia, again with Mr. Mohammed Al-Sogur from the National Water Company. And the Memorandum of Understanding, in this case, is to promote future project opportunities and the visibility of product localization. Let's see if Flaviana Lenzo is... Yes, please. We change sector for the next Memorandum of Understanding. We welcome on stage Mr. Massimiliano Ferruzzi, Executive Board member at Cipriani Group, with Mohammed Al-Kholi at Al-Kholi Holding Company. The agreement is in the real estate sector to develop Casa Cipriani in Riyadh. Yeah. All right. And from the hospitality sector, let's get back more closer to industry. Please welcome Viviane De Paulis and head of from E&I, and Abdulhamid of Bin Shihon Group to exchange a memorandum of understanding in the lubricants and oil sector that supposedly will facilitate the integration of E&I lubricant manufacturing in the kingdom. And again, next one with Mr. Lorenzo Carollo, Business Development and NCR Biochemicals, and Sheikh Abdulhamid Al-Kahani, Chairman of the Board of Al Jazeera Water Treatment Chemicals. In this case, the Memorandum of Understanding is clearly in the chemical sector to promote and develop the water treatment market in the kingdom. All right. Now I welcome Ms. Anna Moretta, Financial Director of Valvocider, and again, Mr. Khalid Abdul Karim, Chief Executive Officer at Industrial System Group, to exchange the Memorandum of Understanding to establish gate, globe, and check valve manufacturing facilities in the kingdom. Our next business agreement, I welcome Mr. Fabio Brevi, Group Managing Director at Vogt Valves, and again, Mr. Khalid Abdul Karim, Chief Executive Officer, Industrial System Group, to exchange the memorandum in the manufacturing sector to establish an AP6A and HIPS valve manufacturing facilities in the kingdom. All right, next on the stage, Davide Mariani, Business Development Manager at Rizzani Decker, and Massad bin Samar of Bin Samar Contracting Company. And in this case, the agreement is to develop potential construction projects in both Saudi Arabia and Italy. All right, that's for you. Okay, photo opportunity is great. Thank you so much. Now we change completely the sector with the next Memorandum of Understanding. So please welcome Nerio Alessandri, CEO of Technogym, and Mr. Adnan Al-Khalaf, Chief Executive Officer of the Lijam Sports Company. In this case, the Memorandum of Understanding is clearly in the sports sector for Technogym products to be distributed in the Kingdom. We have to move to the following one, so please, thank you so much. Nerio Alessandri and Mr. Adnan Al-Khalaf. All right. Italian sports equipment in the Kingdom. Thank you, gentlemen. I have to move to the next one, and I welcome on the stage Giulio Properzi of Continuous Properzi and Karim Idris of Bahra Electric to exchange an agreement in the manufacturing sector. This is part of a project to localize the manufacture of copper and aluminum rods in Saudi Arabia. Please, Giulio Properzi and Karim Idris. All right, congratulations for the agreement. Next one, we move to engineering with Mr. Antonio Martini, Managing Technical Director of the Studio Martini Ingegneria, and Mr. Abdul Rahman Arabia, President of Arabia Consulting. And the agreement is in the engineering sector with technical fields development. All right. Congratulations. Next one on the stage, Mutual Alessandro of Rekeep and Mr. Abdulaziz Eldeker of InterHealth to sign an agreement in the health sector to exchange skills and develop and provide specialized services. Please. All right. And last but not least, now welcome on the stage Marco Gabrielli, CEO of Victor, and Ms. Raffaella Carnevale of Director Bassan Trading Company to sign an agreement to distribute high-end medical technology equipment produced by Victor in Saudi Arabia. So Mario Gabrielli and Ms. Raffaella Carnevale, please. So congratulations to every company, every manager, entrepreneur that were involved in this long list of agreements that are at the core of the future of cooperation and just a sign of the potential of the cooperation and the power of the exchange. Well done. Thank you, everyone, and thanks to the Minister Al-Fali and Minister Urso for being present at the ceremony of exchanges. Now we can move kind of quickly because time is running to the presentation moment, and so I'm delighted to introduce Giorgio Silli, Under-Secretary of State at the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy, to give his presentation. Please, Giorgio Silli.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to speak today at the Italian Saudi Investment Forum. I would like to thank Minister Adolfo Urso for the kind invitation. Let me also greet on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, the Minister of Investment Khalid Al-Fayed, the Deputy Minister Valentino Valentini, the Mayor of Milan Giuseppe Sala, and my friend, the Ambassador of Saudi Arabia in Rome. The Memorandum of Understanding just signed further strengthens the relationship between Saudi Arabia and Italy at all levels. Italy and Saudi Arabia have always had excellent relations, and our political dialogue is very fruitful. The Kingdom is among the countries in the region with which we established a strategic dialogue on bilateral and regional issues that provided a remarkable chance to exchange a view and discuss options and actions to bring stability and peace in the Gulf region. We very much welcome the choices made by the Saudi leadership toward tension diffusion with the neighboring countries, as well as the rich peace and political dialogue in Yemen. Italy has always been keen on favoring dialogue among regional stakeholders with the long-term objectives of fostering security. A safe and stable Gulf reverberates stability well beyond the Strait of Hormuz. Saudi Arabia is a key interlocutor for us. That is why we deem it opportune to work to enhance the level and the quality of our partnership, bringing it to a strategic level. There is room to strengthen our relation in every field, from security to economy, from trade to science and technology, from energy transition and the fight against the climate change to investment. We do believe that the vision that Saudi leadership is promoting for the future of the country is an opportunity also for joint initiative and investments. We very much value its potential and we are ready to cooperate for its implementation. As this forum demonstrates, the strengthening of political relations between our two countries goes hand in hand with a renewed desire to enhance our economic partnership. We are witnessing a positive expansion in our economic relation. Bilateral trade has grown to 11.5 billion in 2022, an increase of 40% over the previous year. The Italian presence in the country is well established, with over 4 billion direct investment, and will surely grow in the future. We do believe that the many Italian companies here today certify their interest and trust in the future of Saudi Arabia. Likewise, we are convinced that our country is ready to welcome more and more Saudi investors to become a relevant part of the Made in Italy supply chain. Let me underline that during the past 25 years, we succeeded in adapting to the challenges of globalization and innovation, turning our country into a high-tech export powerhouse. Besides the more traditional, the world renewable sectors, the Italian industry has reached the technological frontier. The excellence of our university system, the widespread presence of research centers, and the ingenuity of our workforce qualify Italy as the go-to country for investments in the most strategic fields. We are indeed leader in the renewable energy and developing excellences in microelectronics, biotechnology, and supercomputing, with the cutting-edge infrastructures such as the Leonardo, the fourth most powerful supercomputer in the world. Saudi Arabia and Italy share the same goals: to get the economy ready for the digital and the green transitions, challenges that will define the competitiveness of the countries for the decades to come. In this context, Italian companies look at Saudi investments to grow and scale. At the very same time, Saudi investors can have access to Italian know-how, a precious asset to implement your Vision 2030. It's precisely this strong synergy between our countries that underpins today's forum and the memorandum just signed. As the following sessions with the highlight, Italy and Saudi Arabia can cooperate and invest in several complementary fields. The Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs is fully committed to facilitate this mutual growth, and it's ready to support Saudi investors together with our embassy and Italian Trade Agency in Riyadh. Let me conclude by thanking again the Saudi Ministry of Investments and the Italian Ministry of Enterprises and Made in Italy for the organization of this important event. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Undersecretary. Before the next presentation that will come from the Investment Minister of Saudi Arabia, let's welcome Mufleh Al-Shamari, who's Vice President Communication and Media of the National Transformation Program. Please.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am honored to be at this distinguished event celebrating the strength and the strong ties between our nations. Also, I would like to take the opportunity to tell you about Saudi Vision 2030 and National Transformation Program, NTP, which launched in 2016. This roadmap has been drawn by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, aims to achieve a vibrant society and thriving economy and ambitious nation through 96 strategic objectives. NTP is also the first Saudi Vision Realization Program to be launched and assigned with 35% of the objectives, focusing in developing the infrastructure and creating an environment that enables public, private, and non-private sector. NTP is working on more than 300 initiatives in fields like digital transformation, environmental protection, water and food security, social development, non-profit sector development, private sector empowerment, and economic partnership. In order to achieve our vision, NTP work hand in hand with many entities, 7 ministries, and more than 50 contributing entities. As a result of this, Saudi Arabia boasts to be the top ranks internationally. Saudi Arabia also had the fastest growing economy of all G20 countries in 2022, as mentioned by His Excellency Mr. Al-Faleh. It also ranks the first in MENA and government Electronic Mobile Services Maturity Index, and ranked the first regionally and the third globally in GovTech Maturity Index. For Saudi Arabia to become one of the top 15 economies in the world, we launched many platforms and initiatives that promote and attract a high investment in business for the kingdom, like Invest in Saudi. Additionally, sustainability has been at the heart of Vision 2030. And many environmental preservation initiatives have been launched to protect our ecosystem in Saudi. This is only as a beginning, and we are very proud of the progress, and we are working towards a better future. Thank you so much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thanks again, Mr. Al-Shamari. Thanks. And our next presentation will continue to talk about investment opportunities. So please welcome Aya Al-Katani, who is Associate Relationship Management Officer at the Saudi Arabia Minister of Investment. Please.
Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti al Forum Italo-Saudita sugli investimenti.
Welcome to the Saudi Italian Investment Forum on Investments 2023. On behalf of the Minister for Investments, on behalf of the Minister for Investments of Saudi Arabia, I would like to say that we are really happy to be here with you today. And we would like to thank you all for dedicating your time for being here. And personally, I am particularly grateful to be here again in Italy because it's my second home.
It's an absolute privilege and an honor to be here with you all today and to get to present to you Invest Saudi and the Kingdom of Opportunities. So I'd like to start off by saying that with the launch of Vision 2030 in 2016, the Kingdom has set on a path to an ambitious and pioneering future, a future that has created the blueprint for all the economic and social and cultural changes in the Kingdom. Having said so, Vision 2030 has created a paradigm shift in economic growth as it seeks to place Saudi Arabia's economy as one of the largest global economies in the world, as well as create all these initiatives and strategies that are aimed to diversify the economy and improve productivity. So essentially, Saudi Arabia's economy is transforming from an economy that was once led by the state to an economy that is now led by the private sector, from an economy that was once oil-driven to an economy that is now productivity-driven. And Vision 2030 is based on the three main pillars that are catered towards creating a vibrant society, an ambitious nation, and a thriving economy. So of the targets that I'd like to highlight to you all here today is to increase investments or foreign direct investments in the Kingdom, reaching 5.7% of GDP by 2030. This is up from 1.3% benchmarked in 2016. We also aim to generate over $267 billion of non-oil government revenue. This is up from $43 billion in 2016, as well as target $2 trillion of public investment funds assets under management, and this is up from $160 billion in 2016. And all these strides and targets are strongly backed by our national investment strategy. This is a strategy that was launched by His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and it is based on the four pillars that are catered towards the investment opportunities, the investors, the funding, and the competitiveness and enablers. So essentially, the Kingdom's national investment strategy aims to unlock all the key sectors in the Kingdom, unlock effective governance, and enhance the domestic and private sector contributions to the economy, as well as provide transparency to the private sector in regards to the methodology and the principles of partnership. It would also provide innovative financing mechanisms and remove all the fiscal and financial barriers to investment in order to create a healthy and competitive investment environment in the Kingdom. So having said so, the Kingdom's national investment strategy aims to reach a cumulative total of investments of more than $3.2 trillion by 2030. Some of its targets also include doubling the overall domestic investment component of the gross fixed capital formation, and as I mentioned previously, 20 times the increase in FDI to 5.7% of GDP by 2030. So this brings me to why are businesses choosing Saudi Arabia? I hereby present to you 8 key reasons why you should invest in the Kingdom. First, the ambitious reform journey that is guided by Vision 2030, the young and skilled workforce with around 30% of the working age population being under the age of 29 years old, and high government spending on education, the attractive property solutions and industrial economies and zones that we have our colleagues will be presenting on today, the game-changing opportunities, whether that be the privatization programs, the localization of value chains, or our world-class giga and mega projects, including the expanding quality of life backed by tax-free salaries and advanced healthcare. And this is all supported by the country's strong and resilient G20 economy, as we ranked first in GDP growth among the G20, the 5th largest GDP per capita, and positioned as having the 2nd lowest GDP or debt to GDP ratio among the G20. The kingdom is also home to the largest MENA economy, and 50% of the GCC's GDP is located in the kingdom. It is also positioned as having the largest VC sector in the MENA region, with the highest or largest purchasing power as well. Another key reason why businesses are choosing to invest in the kingdom is our strategic location. The kingdom offers easy access to 3 continents within a few hours. More than 50 of the fastest growing markets are within a 4-hour reach, and over 40% of the world's GDP is within 6 hours. And this is all supported by the kingdom's interconnected logistics network that has over 28 airports, 13 of which are international, 10 seaports that process over 13 million containers per year. So this gives Saudi Arabia the largest maritime network in the Middle East, and over 40 industrial cities and zones scattered all over the kingdom with some of the world's lowest rates. Vision 2030 has also created game-changing opportunities, whether that be our world-class investment opportunities in our giga and mega projects, as you can see on the screen, that cover areas all over the kingdom to highlight what our country has to offer in terms of geographical benefits. So our giga and mega projects have set out to be some of the world's most ambitious projects, offering world-class opportunities for small, medium, and large enterprises across all sectors. And these massive opportunities include around $453 billion US dollars in the industry, energy, and logistics sectors to be unlocked by 2030, $224 billion US dollars on healthcare spending from public and private sector, and the $1.3 trillion US dollars of mining potential in healthy and untapped reserves. So this brings me to how can the Ministry of Investment support investors and partners like yourselves? There's a wide range of incentives that the ministry can support with, whether that be the financial incentives for R&D, energy and utility enablement, tax credits and exemptions, as well as employment funding and loan programs. And Vision 2030 has also allowed for major business reforms that include 3 hours is the time that it takes to issue an investment license. 24 hours or even less is the time that it takes to issue a business visa with no local invitation required. The customs clearance period is just 24 hours, and the custom documents required are just 2 documents. And again, most importantly, a key message that we send out to investors and partners is that 100% of foreign ownership of investments is allowed for most sectors and activities in the kingdom. And finally, this leads me to how can investors access these opportunities? One of the main platforms available is the Invest Saudi online portal at investsaudi.sa. It was curated to give investors a deep dive into the information and all the services to help you evaluate your approach and understand the business and investment opportunities available. On the portal, there are over 1,000 readily available investment opportunities that you can have a look at that span over 16 sectors. And of course, we at the Ministry of Investment, we work closely with our investors and partners, support them in developing their business plans, assessing opportunities, connecting you with the sector heads and all the relevant entities that you wish to be connected with in order to do business. And you may scan the barcodes on the screen to get access to the manuals, the guidelines, and all the information needed. And with that, I conclude our presentation. I'd like to thank you very much for your time. Grazie mille.
Thank you so much, Ayal Katani. It was lovely hearing your perfect Italian and, more importantly, to have all this information on plans, projects, and the condition that can back and support the development of business relation, investment relation between the two countries. And going back to Italy, the Italian government, let's welcome Amedeo Tetti, who's Director General and Coordinator of the Foreign Investment Attraction Unit of the Minister of Enterprises and Made in Italy.
Thank you very much. Let me start first thanking all those people who collaborate with us, starting with the colleagues of Invitalia, the regions, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Italian Trade Commission, Special Economic Zone colleagues, and of course colleagues of my ministry. Together we are a well-matched team to manage foreign investment attraction policy in Italy. In these few minutes, I will quickly try to put together some issues that you can better go in detail this afternoon in the workshops. I am also the coordinator of the unit at the Ministry of Business and Made in Italy. Our office is really brand new, and we started our foreign company support just a few months ago. Many multinational and international funds already visited us. And when they come to us to scout Italy, maybe for the first time, they used to ask these 5 things. If there is an entity for supporting the companies, a sufficient and reliable infrastructure system in place, a transparent and predictable tax system, a solid economic environment, and above all, something special to offer to their investors. Let's start with our entity. We have established one-stop shop for foreign companies with a dedicated team composed by high-profile experts and working with speed, transparency, and reliability with a tailor-made approach. And we establish a single point of contact and fast execution, speaking directly with all the public entities as if they are one. And also we offer aftercare services, especially for those who want to have expansion of projects already present in Italy. What about the infrastructure in Italy? Italy's central, strategic location allows for many possibilities as an investment location, provides access to an extremely dynamic and vast market for approximately 800 million people overall. For example, a ship coming from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and destined for Europe via Suez, if it operates in Italy, saves 14 travel days compared to Northern European ports such as Rotterdam or Hamburg. The excellence of Italian infrastructural system is supported by the presence of 58 ports, 25 multimodal terminals, and 44 airports. And of course, we have 1,000 kilometers of railway network. Our high-speed train lines are 1,500 kilometers. Motorway, the fast motorway network, 7,000 kilometers. When it comes to taxes, it's never easy to explain, but Italian system is not more complicated than others. It is always better, of course, to have a trusted accountant anyway. But this happens almost everywhere in the world. Some cornerstones are our corporate tax, 24%, the regional production tax, 3.9%, a VAT at 22%. And for individual foreigners, we provide benefits to workers relocating to Italy. They only need to declare 30% of their earnings for tax purposes and 10% only of their income for people who live in the south of the country. The same for professors and researchers. And for the rich people, as new residents, they can pay only a flat sum of 100,000 euro per year instead of the Italian income tax. And this sum replaces tax on earnings, foreign investments, or assets. Italy is really a special environment. It's a unique combination, of geographical, industrial, and intangible competitive advantages. We are the 8th largest economy in the world, $2 trillion of GDP. But the real value added is being able to obtain the Made in Italy brand. When a company produces their goods here, they can have Italian origin for their goods. And Made in Italy is a quality brand that makes you marginalize more. And other advantages coming from the labor cost. We have a really competitive labor cost in comparison with other industrialized countries like France or Germany, for instance. But we are really special and are #1 in the world for the patent productivity. I mean, the ratio between the number of patents granted over the number of patent applications at the European Patent Office. As you see, Italian invented scooter, the radio. I don't see the other pictures, but of course also the telephone, the battery, the helicopter, and so on and so forth. What about incentives? Our main tool in the industrial investments is the development contract, supporting investments, including the foreign ones. The development contract allows companies to obtain, for example, up to 40% of grants for investments of at least 20 million euros when they are made in the southern part of the country. As you can see in this graph, blue is public grant, and red is the cost for the company. The percentage of grant increases if you invest in the south. The blue is bigger. And also tax credit is an asset, especially for when you have new purchase of your company. The investment can be, of course, accumulated to the grant. As you can see here, in 2023, for example, we can have on credit the 20% of an investment up to 2.5 million euros. And you can increase these advantages in the special economic zones. And your investment can be even more attractive if you invest there, where also the red tape is even less. Main advantages are 50% income tax reduction and tax credit for investment up to 100 million euros. But let's go to the focus of this presentation, the national offer. We are about to start an important program just these days. For the first time in the history, Italy will present to the world an open offer of its possibilities of investment in industrial sites, logistic infrastructure, and real estates, based on the proposal made by the territories, I mean the region, industrial consortia, special economic zones, port authorities. Investors from all over the world will be able to know and choose from hundreds of possible industrial projects in the following sectors: aviation and aerospace, automotive, chemistry and green chemistry, circular economy, fashion and luxury, food industry, green transition and critical raw materials, ICT, artificial intelligence, quantum computers, cybersecurity, life science, logistics and infrastructure, mechanics and mechatronics, microelectronics, semiconductor, real estate, and tourist accommodation. So, in a nutshell, Italy is significantly open up to foreign investments in a transparent way and with a new strategy, thus offering greater predictability than in the past. Italy's central geographic location allows for strategic possibilities as an investment location. Investing in goods and services in Italy means entering in an extremely dynamic and vast market through the front door, a market which embraces a lot of countries, a total audience of around 800 million people. With one of the largest industrial bases in Europe, Italy is the ideal location for your investment in this area, opening up new business opportunities. So if you want to know, to find out better our offers, please contact us at the Ministry of Enterprises and Made in Italy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amedeo Teti, for the presentation from the Italian Ministry. Now we've got a final presentation on investment opportunity, and it comes from Abdeljabbar Shaiti, who's Chief at the Center of Excellence of the Economic Cities and Special Zones Authority. Please.
Saudi Arabia lies at the crossroads of East and West, connecting 3 continents. The country is rapidly transforming, buoyed by a surging economy. On its doorstep is a superhighway of trade, creating a key international hub for logistics, manufacturing, and services. And now, with the launch of 4 new special economic zones, created with international investors in mind, it's easier than ever before to take advantage of all the kingdom has to offer. King Abdullah Economic City Special Economic Zone is the premier destination for advanced manufacturing and logistics. Set in a prime location on the Red Sea, it offers unrivaled access to global trade routes through Saudi Arabia's newest full-service commercial ports. Ras Al Khair Special Economic Zone as a hub for the maritime industry, offering opportunities across shipbuilding and repair, offshore drilling, and the entirety of the maritime sector value chains. This is a fully integrated maritime ecosystem with a strong base of existing investors. Jazan Special Economic Zone on the Red Sea connects investors to a new platform for trade with the fast-growing markets in Africa. Located adjacent to one of the Middle East's largest ports for export of goods and import of manufacturing materials. Jazan also has easy access to the kingdom's natural and industrial resources. Embrace our digital future through the new cloud computing special economic zone located at King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, a platform for emerging and disruptive technologies to flourish, and for investors to capitalize on. Together, these strategically located SEZs present an unparalleled opportunity for foreign investors looking to grow stronger and more resilient supply chains, backed by world-class hard infrastructure and a young and skilled workforce, business-friendly regulations, streamlined investment procedures, and attractive economic incentives. There has never been a better time to be part of the Kingdom's economic success story. 4 new zones, 4 new global hubs, 4 game-changing opportunities. Welcome to Saudi Arabia's special economic zones, unique gateways to growth.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that I stand before you to shed some light on the Kingdom's SEZ program, of which the first tranche was launched in May 2023. Part of a long-term program to drive toward Vision 2030 and the socio-economic transformation of the Kingdom, the zones provide a new avenue for investors to tap into the Kingdom potential. Our special economic zone provides unique gateways to growth, responding to global changes, such as supply chain relocation. Our SEZs plays on the Kingdom's competitive advantage. Stability, prosperity, connectivity, and investor centricity are the foundation of this program. On top of this, each of our zones leverage their own strategic location, a government commitment to localize value chains, and ease of doing business to provide compelling proposition for the investors. I'm going to skip this slide as my esteemed colleague has really covered it quite well. Why Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? And I will focus further on the offering of the zones. But this growth story that was presented by His Excellency as well as by my colleague is really founded on 7 key advantages. We are located on a trade superhighway, a world-class multimodal infrastructure that provides extensive sea, air, road, and rail connectivity. Our financial sector goes from strength to strength. Ample and competitive access to key resources, land and utilities means the Kingdom is cost competitive. And on top of it, a high-skilled and digital-capable workforce is abundant. With concerted effort to transform our major urban centers and grow leisure and entertainment opportunities across the country, we are not only a safe place to live, but a vibrant and exciting location to grow and raise families. And all this is underpinned by an ambitious reform agenda, over 600 reforms already undertaken in the base economy, creating a tailored and investor-forward environment. So what does the business environment for SEZs look like? Building on the base economy reforms, guided by international best practices, we've developed a framework underpinned by 4 core principles: simplicity, transparency, stability, and flexibility. So simplicity is in the way the investor can obtain license to operate in the zone. Our integrated one-stop shop platform centralizes key government services, reducing investor touchpoints. Transparency in the way that investors understand their tax and custom commitments. Stability in the way that investors manage real estate affairs, regulating price increases and providing tenant protection. And lastly, flexibility in how investors manage their labor affairs, including seamless transfer of labor across zones and between companies. And recognizing that the commercial matter, our ecosystem helps de-risk investment through a mix of internationally competitive tax, custom, and labor incentives. I'll tell you more when I present the different zones. The initial tranche of SEZ spanned the Kingdom on both sides of the country as well as in the capital. And the early results speak for themselves. Investors globally recognize the power of our offer. Close to $13 billion have been secured and committed. So a quick tour on each of the zone offerings. So Cake SEZ provides an accessible solutions for global value chain in an unrivaled location on the Red Sea. 13% of global trade pass through the Red Sea. And it has world-class port infrastructure, as well as access to an abundance of talent. This is important in supporting multiple sectors in the zone. I'll take one as an example, which is electric vehicles. CAKE aims to house the first end-to-end electric vehicle cluster in the region, taking advantage of growing global demand for green mobility. With 2 OEMs and growing supplier base already in place, the zone offers an unrivaled regional platform. CAKE's Special Economic Zone offers a competitive tax, custom, and labor incentives, as you can see. Lucid and Sear, the 2 OEMs, are setting up operations as we speak, and joined by a large supplier base, they will enhance and increase the Kingdom EV production capacity. Moving on to Ras Al Khair is easy, located at the heart of the Arabian Gulf, one of the busiest tanker lines. Over 50,000 tankers pass through every year. Ras Al Khair is a maritime powerhouse at the heart of the action, home to the largest full-service shipyard in the region. Over 40% of the zone is already occupied, and discussions ongoing with supply chain manufacturers. An end-to-end maritime cluster isn't an ambition, but a fast emerging reality. Ras Al Khair also offers competitive tax, custom, and labor incentives. And as I referenced, the ecosystem is already vibrant. IMI will localize shipbuilding, offshore rig and MRO, while McDermott, McKean, and Bow Steel create the beginning of a vibrant and end-to-end supply chain. Jazan, by leveraging its existing natural and industrial resources, Jazan SEZ aims to support 2 key regional and global imperatives: the need to supply large infrastructure projects globally and support global food security. Jazan presents an opportunity to leverage the massive untapped mineral reserves of the kingdom and support the wide range of mega projects in the region. We call Jazan also the kingdom's fruit basket, with 700 square kilometers of agri-land and a thriving aquaculture ecosystem. Jazan offers similar competitive tax, custom, and labor incentives. An early investment in the zone shows a diverse range of industry that will thrive and flourish. Moving on to the 4th offering, the way in which we live and work is fast advancing. With technologies such as generative AI and blockchain moving from niche to mainstream, there is one common underpinning factor: cloud infrastructure. The cloud computing is easy in the kingdom, is the kingdom answer to this advancement. The zone has innovative and unique model that allows cloud providers to set up anywhere in the kingdom while maintaining a headquarters in Riyadh. The zone is backed by unwavering government commitment to digital transformation and a highly skilled workforce. The zone will provide cloud service providers with coverage of double taxation agreement, so critical to their operating model, expat levy exemptions, and affordable utilities, which will create a cost-competitive base. MOU signed with the Microsoft and Oracle, which will join a range of other tech giants in the kingdom and explore opportunities in cloud computing through the zone. To close this quick tour of the kingdom's SEZ offering, I invite you to scan the QR code for more detail, and I remain at your disposal should you have any question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Abdeljar Khraiti. Now with this presentation, we went through investment opportunity from fiscal and financial incentives to the spatial zones that you just saw. But before we move closer to 4 crucial industry areas with the panel session, let's talk about a special angle, which is the potential of public-private partnership, a scheme which we know pretty well here in Italy and globally has been really practiced heavily lately. Now, we've got two presentations. The first one is from Salman Badr, who's Executive Vice President of the Infrastructure Advisory from the National Center for Privatization in Saudi Arabia. Please.
So the clicker's here. Thank you. Distinguished guests, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here today to talk to you about public-private partnerships and privatization in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So this is an old presentation. Yes, sorry, this is an old presentation. The one you have? Yes. It's okay, I will speak, but we won't have time to go through all of the slides. PPP in Saudi Arabia, privatization started in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the 80s with the privatization of SABIC in the petrochemical industry, followed by a number of IPOs and privatizations in sectors such as banking and mining and the likes. And the PPP story really got started in the turn of the century with the PPPs in the desalination sector. This all culminates, that experience was used in other sectors such as the transportation sector, where we had the successful privatization or PPP of the Medina airport. And this really proved the ability of the kingdom to deliver infrastructure services through PPPs in a sustained manner. With the introduction of Vision 2030, which focuses on a vibrant society, creating a thriving economy and an ambitious nation, the focus was recentered around increasing private sector participation as a percentage of GDP from 40% to 65% in 2030. And a big part of how government wants to do this is to change the way that it procures infrastructure and services. Government wants to focus on becoming a regulator to enable industries, while the private sector will be leveraged to deliver the infrastructure and services in the kingdom. In short, this is the main pitch slide, if you will. We've been involved in PPP since the beginning of the century with a proven track record. We've executed over 40 transactions, we've signed 40 contracts to date across multiple sectors. There's strong commitment from KSA's leadership, which is evident in the composition of NCP's board, which is 11 ministers led by the Minister of Finance, who chairs the board, with the critical sectors represented, as well as, of course, strategic stakeholders such as the Ministry of Investment and His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih. We have solid laws and regulations, and this is really one of the first things that we did at NCP, is to develop the private sector participation law, which focuses on safeguarding investor rights, increases transparency, and improves the bankability of projects. This laws and regulations also allowed us to streamline the execution of projects where we can close a transaction. What used to take us 3 years now can be done in roughly 14 months. We have an extensive pipeline, over 200 projects that are approved and in various stages of execution, with 300 more under evaluation. This all combined contributes to over 150 million euros in CapEx investment by the private sector. This all comes together in a national privatization strategy, which sets a clear vision and execution roadmap for the privatization and PPP program, targeting 47 billion in contributions to GDP. Sure. Of course, you've heard a lot about Saudi Arabia's economic standing. It's one of the fastest growing economies in the world with excellent credit ratings. And finally, and most importantly, Saudi Arabia is ripe for partnership today. We have seen the emergence of a lot of leading regional developers from Saudi Arabia, but there's a lot of contractors and developers that are emerging and are ripe for partnership with international companies such as yourselves. And a lot of the private sector companies are represented here today in this forum. Where NCP plays in this, we're really here to enable future generations by delivering world-class infrastructure and PPP. Through the sectors that we support, we provide regulatory enablement across the sectors to enable private sector participation. We also provide knowledge and expertise across the advisory space. So we have a financial and legal advisory, and we support the sectors in delivering that, in addition to knowledge management. So we provide training courses to the ecosystem to make sure that we upgrade the capabilities within the ecosystem as a whole. We operate across 16 sectors. I won't name them all, but they're split mainly across social sectors such as healthcare, education, and sports, to infrastructure sectors across transportation, public transportation, municipalities and housing, and of course, water. All of these sectors have their own governance, which has a supervisory committee with 2 members, the sector lead in addition to the Ministry of Finance, which has really helped de-bottleneck the decision-making across this and enable us to do a lot more, a lot quicker. This is the NCP board, which I mentioned previously. It's a mini council of ministers, and it's chaired by the Minister of Finance. This is an important slide to focus on. A couple of years ago, we finalized the PSP law, which emphasizes fairness, transparency, and a higher degree of regulatory flexibility, enabling the reduction of conflict of interest. This has resulted in shorter times to market, improved bankability, and addressing lender requirements across the spectrum of projects. And finally, all of this feeds into the PSP process, which, again, we haven't reinvented the wheel, but I will focus a little bit on the first phase, which is the planning and prioritization. So every single project that comes to NCP will have gone through a private sector participation plan. By law, every sector needs to have one. This looks at what are the opportunities for private sector participation, and we'll end with a prioritized list of projects that will then move into the second phase. So the 200 projects that I mentioned earlier are all in the second phase and beyond, and the 300 plus are still in the evaluation and prioritization phase, which are going through the ranks and into the preparation phase. I'll also like to mention here, from a private sector perspective, we do engage with the private sector through market soundings and bankability sort of testing during the preparation phase, at least once or twice, depending on how novel the transaction is. And then the rest of the phase is the typical procurement phase that all of you, I think, will be familiar with. Here are some examples of the projects that we were awarded. Over 40 projects have been awarded to date across the water sector with desalination plants, as we have mentioned. These are only the ones since NCP was established, not the ones since the turn of the century. 3.8 million cubic meters, 1.7 million cubic meters in water treatment. In addition to the privatization of 4 flour milling companies that have operations across 13 branches in the kingdom. On the transportation and logistics side, we've done ports, a total of around 20 million containers worth of capacity that have been developed through PPPs, in addition to the privatization of Saudi Medical Services, which is part of the Saudi Airlines portfolio. In the health sector, we had our first PPP of a hospital in Medina. It's an emergency hospital with 244 beds. In addition to dialysis projects, radiology, joint development agreements, which are real estate development projects for the municipalities. We've delivered 120 schools. The first ones have been delivered this year, which will serve over 100,000 students. And we also liberalized the intercity buses with 76 routes serving 6 million passengers across 200 cities. I'll conclude with this slide. We have 200 award projects, as I mentioned. And just to give you a sense of the pipeline in terms of numbers, there are 4 million cubic meters of capacity for IWP projects, 4,000 hospital beds, 4,500 kilometers of roads, and 15,000 housing units. We have on our website, ncp.gov.sa, the pipeline is published there. The laws and regulations are published there. There are knowledge resources, and you can register as an investor so that you will be the first to know if there's any market soundings related to any of the sectors that are of interest to you. and we look forward to hearing you, hearing and working with you closely over the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Salman Badr. Thank you so much. Now let's hear the Italian point of view with Paolo Casalino, who's General Director of the Mission Unit for the implementation of the National Plan of Resilience and Recovery at the Minister for Enterprises and Made in Italy. Please.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Yes, we have the presentation. In my capacity of the Director General of Task Force for the implementation of the National Recovery Resilience Plan, I'm very glad to be here today and to outline to you the structure and the opportunities of the National Recovery Resilience Plan of Italy, and in particular of the ministry I represent, the Ministry of Enterprises and Made in Italy. As we can see, yes, in the first slide, a bit of history and a bit of context anyway, because the National Recovery Resilience Plan of Italy that we see on the right part of the slide comes from a bigger package called Next Generation EU at European level as a response, a reply of the European Union as a whole to the COVID pandemic. And in particular, it's one of the three pillars of the Next Generation EU program. The total amount, size of the NGEU package is 750 billion euros, while the Recovery Resilience Facility accounts for 672.5 billion euros. And Italy, as you can see on the right part of the slide, is the first beneficiary with 191 billion euros. Let's go a bit more on a national perspective, going to the Italian situation of the National Recovery Resilience Plan. What we see here and the message I would like to convey today is that the National Recovery Resilience Plan is an extraordinary occasion of modernize the country, of increasing Italy's attractiveness, and to also untap private investment in a more friendly environment for business. Why and how? Especially with reforms and investments. Let's have a look. There are several reforms in the plan, but let's have a look at the two main reforms. On the left side, competition. On the right side, public procurement. With this reform, very important for Italy and for the EU, we think that we will have a better country after the full implementation of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. But I think for today, more important, the side of investments. Investments aiming mainly at fostering, at accompanying the green and the digital transition. I have divided here in this presentation, this slide, on the left side, the currently ongoing measures, meaning that there are projects ongoing. Total amount for Italy of the plan, 191 billion euros. Around, you can see the 10% is allocated to the ministry I represent today. But most interesting, I think, also for today's meeting, the right part of the slide with the Repower EU addendum. It's a chapter that will be added to the National Recovery Resilience Plan starting the 1st of January of next year. At the moment, under discussion and negotiation between Italy and the European Commission, where we will have, this is the proposal of Italy, around 20 billion euros. But you can see the ministry I represent, the Ministry of Enterprise and Made in Italy, will have around the 40%. On the left part of the slide, the 10%. On the right part, the 40%. So in Repower EU, the ministry I represent will have a much bigger role. But what kind of investment? I tried, in the sake of the time that we have today, that is very, very short. Let's have a look at the right part of the slide. So more or less the goal, because I've chosen 3 examples. I can make many more, but let's have a look at the beginning at the goals of this investment and measures. First goal, I would say, fostering the development of strategic sectors. Some of them have been mentioned, others can be also underlined. Also, fostering the uptake of strategic technologies, and we will see some examples later on. Attracting private capitals, but also facilitating PPP schemes. That is the topic of this session. And now going on the left side of the slide, I said I took 3 examples that I think are the cornerstone examples that we can discuss today. They are coming from the REPowerEU chapter, but also from the ongoing measures. So the net zero technologies, there will be a measure in the REPowerEU implemented by our ministry with a 2 billion euros, it meaning public money. So the private investment is additional. This is the part of incentives in the form of tax credit, in the form of development contracts, in the form several forms. And Mr. Amedeo Teti has already spoken about the kind of instruments that we have. But the figure you see here are only related to the public incentive, the public money. Then the interest is to attract private money, private investments. So this measure favoring the development of net zero technologies, what does it mean? It means that favoring the production, is in the production of wind turbines, solar panel, electrolyzer. We can think also of recycling materials from the production of critical raw materials, storage devices, and so on. In the National Recovery Resilience Plan, we also have a measure fostering the production capacity of renewable and batteries. We have a gigafactory project ongoing in this sector, and other small projects also funded. And we cannot also, we also need to think about research and innovation. And there is a third measure, the EPCI. So you can see here 3 EPCI ongoing, and hydrogen. Your ministry talked about hydrogen. Hydrogen 1 and 2 EPCI. We have an EPCI also funded in the microelectronics semiconductor sector, IPCI on cloud, and so on. So as I said, several have been the example, but what is my final message, also in the sake of time, is that the National Recovery Resilience Plan acts in synergy, as you can see here on the bottom of the slide, with other national and European funding, and so acts on top of what the Minister Urso and Amedeo Teti, also my colleague, have said. As a final message, I would like to convey, I think that the National Recovery Resilience Plan is a source, important source of joint opportunities for growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paolo Casalino. Thank you for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a bad news and a good news. The bad news is that we're running a little bit late on our program, so we won't stop, and we will go on entering immediately the panel session, so no coffee break, but this will allow, and that's the good part of the news, this will allow us to have lunch at least at a decent time today. So let me start with the panel session with the introduction of the Vice Minister for Enterprises Made in Italy, Valentino Valentini. Welcome and thanks for joining us today.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to be the bad news, no coffee break, and I was looking forward to it, I must admit. But having said that, we now enter into what I consider the most important part of our meetings. We heard a lot of things, so many words have been spent that I will not continue upon the reasons behind why Italy and Saudi Arabia together seem to be the perfect match. We heard very much that two things that are just a few key words I would like to emphasize. before entering into the 4 sectors that will highlight how substantial the cooperation can be, what has already been done, and all the potential that we've heard this morning. But there's one important thing that lies behind everything we heard today that drives our being together. And that's the way our companies and our 2 countries tend to do business. The idea is that behind the words and the numbers, there's always people. And we heard today words talking about investing together, co-investing, in the fact that we have to know, before we do business in our countries, we get to know each other. We take time, we meet. And that's why I think that today's meeting, which I hope to be the first step in a series of next meetings, is very important, because before you do anything, before you look at the hard facts and the numbers, you want to know people. You want to see them, you want to hear from them what to do, you want to look into people's soul before being able to enter into agreement. And I think that today's meeting is not just about all of the potentialities we heard, but as I said, but it's a way to show how we intend to do business together. And, we are the Ministry of Made in Italy, and the word made in Italy is kept in Italian. I'm sorry that I'll switch back to Italian. We have the Ministero delle Imprese e del Made in Italy. Why have we decided to do that? And what does it have to do with people? Because made in Italy doesn't mean where things are done. It's how things are done. It's the heart we put into it. The excellence we try to represent all the time, the standards that we set ourselves, and the moral values that lie behind the way we do things, and the way we want to do together. And I consider Made in Italy to be a mission, a drive, something that we always drives us to improve, and we want to do that here in Italy. We can do that also abroad. So I think there's an opportunity for you to come and make in Italy with us. There's an opportunity for us to make in Italy with you in your country. But behind all that, there's the drive and the idea that what we do is not exactly where we do it, but how we do it. And that's the real secret to Made in Italy. It's excellence, it's improvement, and it's a steady commitment, and it's respect, the mutual respect that we have to show for each other and for the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister. So now it's time to start with our panel session, and the first one will be dedicated at the energy, the petrochemical and clean energy. So the moderator of the panel is Sohail Jambi, Oil and Gas Segment Director of the Sector of Investment Development at the Ministry of Investment, Saudi Arabia. So please welcome, and I limit myself to recommend, time respect and the allotment of time to all the moderators and the speakers. Thank you so much.
One more chair.
Spiace per il coffee break.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Suhail Jambi. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you today, and I'm honored to moderate this energy and important panel. Before I start, very quickly, you know that the world is moving rapidly to a low-carbon economy. Energy transition has been a very excited and trusted subject for most investors, what have been seen in the last 2 or 3 years. Trillions of dollars are and will be spent globally in green investment to achieve a net zero emission globally. Saudi Arabia and Italy have been and are committed to achieve that net zero. So in this panel, our guest today will shed some light on the investment landscapes of energy transition and petrochemical, focusing on the partnership between Saudi Arabia and Italy. Without further ado, I would like to introduce my guest. I'd like to introduce Mr. Marco Arcelli from Aqua Power, please. I'd like to also to introduce Mr. Adriano Alfani from INAI, CEO of Versalis. Mr. Gilberto Dialucha from M&E, please. And Mr. Mish'al Al-Mutlaq from Al-Fanar. Mr. Sergio Iruro from Italmatch Sherman is here. Mr. Sergio Iruro. Okay. Mustafa Shehri from Sabic, please. If you can move here, I can sit here, kindly. Yeah, it should be. We can sit here. Yeah. Okay, and also, just before we start the first question, I would like also with us here two representatives from Ministry of Energy from Saudi Arabia, Mr. Abdullah Ibrahim and Mr. Riyad Al-Wabil. They're here, and if anyone would like to interact with them from the panel and from the audience, they are welcome. Okay, so Mr. Aurora, thank you for coming. Okay, so let's start with the first question. Marco, it's a long question. So let's see the answer. So, Marco, what are the largest countries that Aqua Power have? How could we attract Aqua Power to invest in Europe? What is the special about NEOM and WIC project? So what makes Aqua Power different? Where do you see Aqua Power and Saudi Arabia in 5 years? In one sentence, what would you recommend Italian companies to do in Saudi Arabia?
Wow, that's a very broad question. That's the whole story of Aqua Power.
Exactly.
And I think I would start from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Vision 2030 that I think was referenced many times today. One of the pillars of the country, of the vision of the Crown Prince, and it's happening under our eyes, is the decarbonization of the economy. So it's a country that's going to be going from 100% fossil fuel in electricity production to 50-50 by 2030. It's a country that has a peak demand of 70 gigawatt. So it's basically more or less the size of Italy in terms of electric dimensions. So you can understand that in less than 10 years, basically, we're going to decarbonize half of the country. We started from zero. We are already installing 14 gigawatt of capacity. Aqua Power is responsible to delivering 70% of these, and then we're also going to participate in construction of combined cycle, gas-fired combined cycles, and of course battery storage if the need be. By the way, in battery storage, not many people know we are one of the leaders in the world. We installed since 2022 in our portfolio as much battery storage as the total of Europe in 2022. So Saudi Arabia certainly is the big part of our investments. But we're not limited there. We are part of the Saudi target basically to retain 13% of the global energy supply in the world. In the past, it used to come from oil that was exported. In the future, it will come from green energy. And green energy, we know that you can produce many places. So today we are in 12 countries where we operate solar PV, wind, also flexible generation and battery storage, and we're developing green hydrogen projects throughout basically this portfolio, which brings me to your question about NEOM. I think that what we heard today from the minister, I don't know if it was, if it came out as loud as it is. NEOM green energy project that we're developing as Aqua Power together with Air Products and NEOM is the largest project that is fully tailored to export. It's a project that will basically deliver 1.2 million tons of green ammonia to be exported from Saudi Arabia. The marketing is ongoing, but the project is already under construction. We have invested 1 billion already. We have closed project financing for 6.4 billion of the total 8.5. European banks, American banks, and regional banks are participating in the project, and I think that is what makes it so solid and so visible. So that is, I think, the biggest thing that we're doing in green hydrogen today. We're launching the second project in Uzbekistan in a few weeks. We're developing projects in 10 countries. Some of the MOUs that we signed today are both for imports into Italy.
6 MOUs.
6 MOUs, yeah. Some of these are tailored to say we can supply Italian companies with green ammonia, green hydrogen at very competitive terms. So I'll tell you, I come from Europe. I work with Enel, with EPH for many years. I've always been skeptical about green hydrogen. I would not bet a dime on it because I say it's small, it's not scalable, it's expensive. And then I go to Saudi Arabia and I see the production costs. We have 3,500 hours of sun every year. We have a lot of wind, we have a lot of land. That's the 3 ingredients. And we have water, by the way. We desalinate water. We're the largest desalinator of water. To give you an idea, the last project, we won at 36.5 cents per 1,000 cubic meters. That's 80% reduction from 10 years ago. So all the ingredients are there to supply not only here, but one of the MOUs with RINA is also to look at the shipping industry. We mentioned about logistics and transport. I think we can play a big role in that also.
Great. In one sentence, what do you recommend for Italian companies to do in Saudi?
Come and produce in Saudi. We have a big localization push. If you think that you will be successful simply exporting from Italy, you will do, a fair job, a fair business. If you come and produce in Saudi, it will explode the business for you.
Great, great. Adriano, we heard about a major development in Saudi Arabia. So in terms of technology, in terms of driving the energy transition and climate initiatives, what's been required to do the efforts for innovation and technology? In the context, could you please outline the main pillars of your strategy?
Sure. First of all, let me thank for the invitation in this beautiful atmosphere and panel. And I think we all of us are in agreement that we have to drive change and transformation in energy systems. But we also have to be sure that we do from a supply and as well from a demand point of view, because we need to develop technologies, but also technology that can be used in the end user market. It's also extremely important, we think, that we do in a way without impacting availability and energy prices, because the industry has to remain economically sustainable. Because otherwise we talk only about sustainability, but without economic sustainability. And every time that we talk about sustainability, we talk about the 3P journey, the people, planet, and profitability. And in Versalis, that for people that do not know, Versalis is the chemical company of Eni. We are strongly committed to the net zero 2050. Without a doubt, I think no one in this room can say that is an easy challenge to make. I think all of us, can agree that it is a very challenging target to achieve. But we have set a path that is in Saudi as well in all the other countries where we participate that is based on a complementarity approach. Let me use the example of chemical and petrochemical that we represent of Eni. We are based our technologies and product production based on utilities, so energy, another form of gas, and so on, raw material. Then we use our own technology in order to make a product. We cannot address sustainability only on technology or energy without product and any other type of combination we are talking about. So as Versalis and so as a ENI also value the strong integration that we have in the group. We are managing the renewable energy. We want to address the point of renewable energy and to insert in all our processes and plant renewable energy. We are working on alternative feedstock because we use a lot of feedstock in chemical and petrochemical. So we are implementing alternative biofeedstock like the biorefinery that we are switching in ENI, as well in terms of renewable other chemical like acquisition we're making, such as Novamont, although we are still pending authorization and so on. But we also have to be sure that the technology works in a more efficient way. So we are looking on energy intensity and also to reduce the unit consumption of energy in all our processes, because it's not only enough to change the energy source, but also to reduce the energy use in our technology. And then we are, of course, on the technology piece, so we can talk about Scope 1, other form of decarbonization. We are valuing what we have done in the past from a technology point of view. And so we are continuing improving existing technologies. But at the same time, we know that we need to work on a new technology, so development of, of new technology, sorry. And so we are working in order to improve the technology point of view and working on innovation, strong technology, new technology platform in order to improve this. It's important that this journey is done by all of us at the same point, because the success and the speed of success will be extremely important in order to achieve our goal. Yeah. And how we think that we can increase the speed and we can increase the probability of success. Not only on complementarity, but on a multiple approach on work. So either we work on technology, either we work on circularity. This is another strong pillar of our strategy. Either we talk on renewable energy. It's important that we work on multiple solutions rather than one.
Sure, okay.
And the other point is the speed. The only way we can increase the speed is working through collaboration across industries, across value chain, with institutions, with government, and this is a clear example of what we are doing today.
Sure. Great. I was about to ask you about the speed, and you handled it very well. Thank you very much. Now, we talked about development. We talked about technology. Let's talk about manufacturing. So the next question to Mishal from Al-Fanar. So Al-Fanar is leading really a manufacturing the leading manufacturing company. What tangible progress have you witnessed with regard to the clean energy transition? And what part has Al-Fanar played? What have been the key reasons behind the success of your transition?
Thank you, Shahel. Thank you. So Al-Fanar has been involved really in different types of aspects in terms of the renewables and sustainability. We've been there on the generation side, but also there on the T&D side. On the generation side, we've seen really how big the turbines have gotten over time. In India, our manufacturing has increased by a lot, and also the type of turbines have increased. The competitiveness is really something which is quite important, and having that power go out to consumers as consistently as possible, being able to produce on the low wind, that's been quite important. On the T&D side, we've been quite involved in smart meters and flexibility. We've installed almost more than 6 million smart meters around the world. This really helped with the losses. If there's an electron or a kilowatt that's saved, that really helps a lot in terms of efficiency and the return on capital. We've also been involved in the T&D in terms of the smart systems and products which enable better management of the grid and for it to integrate and enable more renewables. It does get hard for almost any grid to have more than 30%, 40% in terms of renewable penetration, solar, wind, just because the high amount of production at a certain point of time and then almost no production at a different point. So we do need to have reliability. We're very proud also in terms of having quality, which means that these products that we produce really last for a long time. in Saudi Arabia and other markets we're active in, we also make sure that that we do have services. We do have people that can make sure those are working. If there's any need for spare parts, then there's there as fast as possible. Of course, with supply chain issues in the world, hasn't been as easy as possible, but it's a challenge that we're willing to take. We're also quite involved both in the Middle East and in Europe. In Italy, we're quite proud about what our subsidiary Electronica Adriatica has done. We've known each other since 25 years, but after ownership, we've now increased their product range. We worked with valuable Italian customers, both in Italy and outside, and this really has helped in terms of producing new products which are more efficient, and we're looking to do even more in the country. We're also getting to things which are maybe on the generation side, even in terms of financing and development. We're looking at entering Italy, same as we entered Spain. So in Spain, we have already around 2 gigawatts of renewable generation, and in Italy, we're looking at 500 megawatt of projects, small-scale solar projects which can work with our products, and where we can introduce power quickly, especially after the Russia and Ukraine issues. So for us, really, I mean, we're looking at quality, circularity in our products, reliability for them, and for them to have an impact. Sure. And to enable projects like the ones that Marco has talked about for Aqua and other valuable customers, SEC and NL, and so on.
Sure. Thanks, Michal. I think you said it like the quality with the speed, with the technology that equals with success. So hopefully the two principles goes together. Gilberto, we stay in manufacturing. So do you believe that there are opportunities to initiate investment to achieve Middle East leadership in the sector of the PV cells and modules manufacturing, thanks to Saudi Arabia and Italy's collaboration?
Well, there are several sectors where INEA, that is the Italian government agency for new technologies, energy and sustainable economic development, can cooperate with Saudi universities and research centers. For instance, for the fabrication, for the development of the technology for fabrication of the tandem cells with high efficiency by perovskite and silicon. But more broadly, also for the developed technologies that can improve the operation and maintenance of large solar plants, such as the use of methodologies or artificial intelligence for the anomaly detections, for the operation and maintenance of large solar plants, and also for the possibility to use the new digital twin models for the forecast of short-term and medium-term energy production. And moreover, very interesting for arid areas with very high temperature and high radiation is the technology of the so-called hydrovoltaics that integrates the agricultural production with the solar generation. And it is very important because it allows the savings of water resources, so it can be very useful to start up crops already in areas where otherwise it is infeasible. So all these technologies, we are ready to develop cooperation with the other center in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you. I think we can come later to another question related to this PV. So let me move to Mustafa. SABIC, as a leading petrochemical company, in what ways can this company facilitate the deployment of the sustainable energy solutions?
First of all, thank you for the invitation. SABIC is the third largest petrochemical company globally, so I echo my colleague here. I think we are a material company, and at the end we want to make sure that the competitiveness of our operations is already and always there. So basically, we are supporting the government of Saudi Arabia to achieve the Paris Agreement. We've been highlighting our carbon neutrality strategy that was approved in 2018. So basically, we want to achieve this through 5 levers: energy efficiency, renewable electrification, green hydrogen, and the CCS. Between 2010 and 2018, we were successful in reducing our energy intensity by almost 13%. Regarding the renewable energy, for example, we are tapping into the ambitious program that the Saudi government is putting out there. So basically, we are working with the Ministry of Energy, we are working with the the policymakers and also our customers to embed this in our operation. Of course, that most of our operation do lie in Jubail and Yambo. But our polycarbonate plant in Cartagena, Spain will be the first chemical company that will be operating on renewable energy by 2024. So basically we are tapping into these international opportunities. We are working with our customers. I know that Formula One, for example, is very famous in this country. Thanks to the material that we produce as an industry in terms of the carbon fiber and the engineering plastics, because no way that you can drive a car with 300 plus kilometers without this material that we produce. So as a key player in the industry, we are working with the upstream, with the downstream to make sure this is a success. We are trying to embed into this. The technology will be always part of our DNA. Our customers are asking for this. The good thing that if I decarbonize as a company, then I will help my country to decarbonize as well. And also this will be a scope 3, because people here, I heard they were talking about scope 1 and 2. I have the ultimate control over my scope 1 and 2, but basically, and this is the discussion that is taking place globally with the industry players, that scope 3 must be defined. It is very challenging, but with the speed that we are targeting, with the help of everybody, I think we can do it.
Thank you, Mustafa. That's an valuable efforts done by SABIC on sustainability. So staying in sustainability, Sergio, so Italmatch Chemical is a chemical company, of course. Can you explain its recent involvement in sustainable solution and renewable energies?
Sure. Thanks a lot for the invitation, first of all, and for the question, because I think that giving to you a summary of Italmatch presence and strategy, especially moving strategy, will give you a better understanding of why Italmatch is so committed to the kingdom, and we are in a very advanced stage of development in the kingdom. So Italmatch is started many years ago, 25, 30 years ago, as a niche specialty chemical specialized in phosphorus chemistry, mainly for engine oil application and additives for plastics. Then 10 years ago, we entered two broader markets, like the water additive market and the oil and gas market. And together with this, we moved from a chemical supplier into a functional solution supplier, solving problem for like anti-scalant and energy efficiency to our customers. But then, I would say more or less 5 years ago, thanks to the drive and the push of stakeholders and to the spirit of the company, we really moved into the strategy into ESG applications, and we focused all our R&D efforts and R&D team to develop ESG application. And I think we are today focused on applications in renewable energies, where we supply, for example, high-tier, high-technology lubricants for windmill turbine. We are in photovoltaic, supplying very critical flame retardant products for the safety of the application, as well as we are in geothermal and desalination, where we are the global leader in anti-scalant applications that will improve the energy efficiency of both the new generation of desalination plants, like membrane-based plants, and geothermal energy. Last but not least, circularity. I can give you a couple of examples in the industrial sector, where we are leading a consortium in Europe of 20 companies to recover phosphorus from industrial urban waste. And this is, of course, a nice example of circularity. Another one is in electrification, where we recover important metals like nickel and cobalt and lithium. And last but not least, we are trying to drive ESG into oil and gas as well, which is more different and mature industry, with very unique products. We have products that goes into offshore drilling based on fish waste, as well as we have a solution for plug and abandonment based on sustainable and green solutions.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now let's move to second round. So we have limited time, but like 2 minutes per each question, hopefully. So it's to cover all the subjects. So back to you, Marco, about aquapower. So what opportunities do you see for Italian companies with aquapower? That's the first part. How competitive can be the green hydrogen from Saudi be for Italian companies? Saudi is going through a major transformation as an Italian. There, what is your perspective in these two parts?
Yeah. So the opportunities are, and I think the MOUs that we signed today are an evidence of that. So first, to look at supplies for our projects. We plan to triple the size of the company in the next 7-8 years. That means we're going to do $15 to $20 billion per year of supply, of projects, of investments. In the past, we've had a great relationship with Chinese companies. We awarded $30 billion of contracts. They invested $10 billion in our projects. So I don't see why we shouldn't do it with European companies and in particular with Italian companies. For instance, insurance company, pension funds, and private equity can invest in our projects. Manufacturing companies can supply us. Italmatch is already one of our big suppliers, but many others. And as I mentioned, localization in our countries basically will be an important one. On the green hydrogen, I believe really, Saudi Arabia has the most competitive supply to Europe. I don't believe that Europe will be able to supply itself from domestic sources enough green hydrogen at these attractive terms. So we should work together not only in Saudi Arabia, but also potentially in all the other countries where we're working, Tunisia, Morocco, Egypt, and so on. They're all targeting basically the European market. So we can offer both low cost from Saudi Arabia and a diversified supplies from all these countries. I think that this will help Europe decarbonize and become more competitive also for then their supplies elsewhere.
Great. Thank you, Marco. Thank you. Gilberto, so Saudi Arabia, considering it as a large desert areas and consequently its strong potential for production of low-cost renewables, what do you think about the opportunity of this potential to be taken for the production of solar renewable fuels in general?
Thanks for the question. As Marco Arcelli just said, the solar renewable, the e-fuels, are becoming of utmost importance for all the countries that are trying to reach the decarbonization targets by 2030 and 2050. Also in the Italian National Plan for Energy and Climate, they play a major role in such a process. It's clear that the production of green hydrogen or green ammonia can represent a huge importance, not only for domestic demand, but also for the export by shipping to those countries. And Italy, for its geographical and geopolitical situation and position, can represent a European energy hub for such an imports. At the same time, Italy is developing its own infrastructure for hydrogen. We are investing a lot in the whole supply chain to level for the new technologies, but also for the new application. As Director General Casalino already mentioned, we are using the important project, Common European Interest project, and we are supporting the Ministry of Enterprise and Made in Italy from the technical side for the evaluation of such a project. But also in the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, we have invested about 3 billion euros for the whole supply chain of hydrogen. And in Enea, we'll build next year the first hydrogen valley that will demonstrate and develop the whole supply chain to produce green hydrogen, to transport, to distribute, to storage, and also the different final utilization also for the conversion back to energy. Thus, to develop some technologies and part of the demonstration plant to the transfer technologies to not only to large companies, but also to medium and small companies operating in Italy. So this is another field for cooperation, and we can also develop this cooperation in the general framework of the Mission Innovation Initiative, that is a global partnership multilateral to which Italy and Saudi Arabia are member countries.
Yeah. So you see the potential of integrating all of this effort and technology to be collaborated within Saudi Arabia. Thank you, Alberto. Mustafa, a very quick question based on sustainability. How do you see it? What objective does the petrochemical industries aim to achieve by adopting the clean energy solution?
I think for the petrochemical industry, it's one of the hard-to-abate sectors. And it is really backed by the fossil-based feedstock and energy. The challenge will be, again, going forward and integrating more of renewable energy and recycled feedstock into our operation. I think we're talking to, as an industry, we're talking to the big players. We have established the low carbon emitting technologies under the World Economic Forum. SABIC is the co-chair of that initiative. Also, we are building a new e-cracker with BASF and Linde. And if we are successful, I think we will be able to reduce the emission of that production process by almost 90%. Having said that, why petrochemical is a key player going forward? Because again, we unlock other industries. 95% of the manufacturing or the manufactured products globally depend on the polymers and the chemicals that the industry is producing. Another factor is the study shows that this industry will double its size by 2050. So there is an urgency out there to decarbonize our own operations, which will help the decarbonizing story for the globe. So everybody and every help is really needed. That's why we always talk to the policymakers in order to have the right policies that will support our transition sustainably. And also one factor is the sustainable financing, which I think require not only in our industry, but also in the renewable energy projects and also in every sustainable industry that will be seeking for this fund.
Thank you, Mustafa. Just last two questions, Adriano, building on the cooperation as mentioned by Marco and Michel and Gilberto. So the challenge that can also offer opportunity for joint industrial and financial cooperation, as mentioned, among industries. So what are the main areas that INAI and Saudi actors are working and shall be working together with industry? And can you summarize just in 2 minutes, please, in less than 2 minutes, please?
Sure. As I mentioned before, I mean, sustainability and energy transition and technological transformation is innovation. And every time that we talk about innovation means more people, more resources, and more capital. So we have to be sure to unlock more capital, much larger than what chemical and petrochemical industry have used in the past. And the only way to do better, using a word that we use in chemistry, is to have a partnership that is a catalyst for the reaction. That means to accelerate the reaction where the reaction is the speed of enhancing opportunities capturing. We start in the sense that the first deal we did was in beginning of last year, was more or less in September of last year. We signed an MOU as a ENI, so an entire group of ENI, with the Ministry of Saudi, in order to work together on oil to chemical, renewable energy, on sustainable mobility, on circularity, that is another big pillar of our strategy, new lubricants, and so on. Then we signed an MOU with Aramco in order to work together on digital transformation solution, in order to find opportunity to enable a net zero carbon economy, on smart urban planning and joint development of technology, in order also to have a cross-test of proprietary technologies from both sides, or commercialization, helping the entire world with our IP, and so on, of course, from both sides. And just this morning, we signed the MOU with ACVA on many different items that we are a strong interest on, like renewable energy, in particular solar and wind, We are going to work on green hydrogen and green ammonia. That is another key task that we have in our portfolio. On e-fuel, for example, on synthetic fuel. And of course, another big item is the concentrate solar power, in which we strongly believe. So we believe there are more opportunity, of course.
That's walking the talks, huh?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you, Adriano. Mishal, we haven't talked about the grid, the stability of the grid, the digitization. All of these projects need a stable grid. So could you please, in 1 minute?
Yeah, so I think it's quite important. I think really when we go renewable penetration more than 30%, 40%, really begins to have maybe too many problems happening with over too much power from too much wind in some areas at certain times, and too much solar in certain areas. There is going to be need for things like batteries, which can do peak shaving, and they can enable microgrid projects. I think we've seen this happen in Saudi and other markets now. But there's also going to be a need for smart systems which are able to react much more quickly. Part of what we were doing in Al-Fanar is really having joint R&D between our centers in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, but also our companies in Europe. And that's really to give a good solution on both sides and both continents to our customers, and to make sure that that power actually gets to the people at a time and the place that they want it. I think it's going to be a very, very big challenge. And it will take a lot of minds to get through it. However, I think really there's possibilities to get through, hopefully over the next 10, 15 years.
Very good, Mishal. Last question to Sergio. It's about the sustainable energy again and the oil and gas. So can you tell us how much Italmatch see the opportunity in Saudi Arabia?
Sure. Thanks for the question. Italmatch started its commitment and presence in Saudi Arabia well before Vision 2030 and ITVA came on place. So we went to Saudi first 6-7 years ago due to the availability of mining phosphate from Ma'aden. In order to produce phosphorus converting through electricity. So we made agreement with the Ministry of Industry already at that time and the Ministry of Energy to build a phosphorus plant, which would be a raw material for Italmatch. But then Vision 2030 and ITVA came on place, and we were asked by both ministries to modify our investment into a full chain downstream up to the very final products in Saudi. So we have a project today approved to invest $300 million, creating about 300 jobs for Saudi. In the kingdom, one part is in the north, one part is in Jubail Value Park. But then our history is not finished in Saudi because due to the high technology of Italmatch, Dussur, the main industrial fund owned by PIF and Saudi Aramco, decided to invest in Italmatch, and they bought this year 20% of the company to try to facilitate additional investments and localization projects in the kingdom. So after Dussur became a shareholder of Italmatch, we started immediately to look for additional alternative. One, for example, is the MOU that we signed today with Aqua Power and Marco, for the next generation of anti-scalant and energy-efficient anti-scalant for desalination. We already signed an MOU with Ma'aden, which is very interesting because it's helping Ma'aden to recover precious metal from their wastewater, like starting from gold, and we had a successful trial there. And next will be an MOU with Saudi Aramco, again on anti-scalant. So our localization program is really wide and broad.
Thank you, Ario. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I think we covered many background or many grounds on the development, sustainability, technology, chemicals. And the next step, we would like to see more collaboration in on the ground between the Italian and Saudi companies to really translate all of this leading initiatives from the leading companies to a real project in Saudi Arabia. And our role in Ministry of Investment is really to enable all of these investment, take it to the ecosystem and have it conducted successfully. I would like to thank you for listening. I'd like to thank our guests today for the enriching this energy panel, and thank you very much, and wish you all best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Suhail Jambi, thank you. Terrific work. And to all the speakers, it was impressive to understand. You can leave the stage to understand the potential of collaboration, oil and gas, clearly green energy, chemicals. But there is more than that, and we already understood today that there are different fields with a huge potential. Let's talk healthcare. Let's talk life science and pharma with the next panel, Ernesto Somma, who's Director for Investment Management at Invitalia, will be the moderator of next panel. Please.
Thank you. I'm not sure that this is working. Is it working? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. So we are running a bit late, so I will keep my introduction very short and limit myself to introduce our 5 distinguished panelists. So we start from the left. Paolo Rotelli, Vice President of GKSD Investment Holding. Prego. Ivan Colombo, Vice President Humanitas and Vice President Humanitas University. Buongiorno. Moni. Sergio Dompé, Vice President Life Sciences Sasso Lombarda, Chair of the 2021 B20 Life Sciences and President of Dompé, of course. Professor Hamad Hersi, CEO of King Saudi Medical City. Welcome. And finally, Dr. Ibrahim Halomar, Assistant Deputy Minister, Investment Attraction, Ministry of Health. Please. So thank you very much for joining us today in this discussion. As I said, we have 5 distinguished panelists in a very short time, only 40 minutes. So my duty, unfortunately, will be to keep you on time in your short answers. We have been allotted each 3 minutes for each question. So I will start from Sergio Dompé and ask him, of course, the pandemic has reminded us that life sciences are very important and a central asset for the economy and the society. And Italy has been proving itself as one of the top European players. Do you agree with that? And what are the strengths of Italy in this area?
Mario Draghi closed the G20 in Rome telling that wealth is health and health is wealth. And that the best investment is the knowledge economy. And the knowledge economy is healthcare. And I have to say that regarding that, Italy has a very privileged position all around the international scenario. Because if you look at the quality of the care that we are able to provide to all the population, we are the first country in Europe and one of the best in the world. Secondly, it's a very large system. So it's a system even to create the cohesion in the population. This is another very important issue. And we have a ratio between cost and the quality of services that is completely the best. And in Lombardy, this is the #1 in Italy. And we have private and public companies competing and offering in a synergy services. And it's the first place for pharma as well. And if you look at the cost of Italian researchers, and you see the ratio between the cost and the productivity is one of the best in the world. So that's the way that I am not pleased enough of the cooperation with such an important country as you are, because I think that we have to develop much more. There are many possibilities. Think just about that Lombardy has the 13% of the GDP related to life sciences. It's really important. We have to be more. And last but not least, considering the data, that is the mining number one, for the research, we have the largest database in the world because the public system integrate completely differently from Asia and different from the United States. So even strategically, there is a good reason why to invest here.
Thank you very much. On the second round, I will ask you about deepening this opportunity for relationships within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Italy. So we'll move to Ibrahim Alomar, and the Ministry of Health is undergoing a very important, probably the largest global transformation. And how would you describe this transformation, and in which way the ministry is becoming different from the past, and what will be the minister of the future?
Thank you very much for having me here, and I'm happy to be, and honored to be participating in this panel discussion. So, as you know, we are having huge transformations in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia from the Vision 2030. Part of it is the health sector's transformations. So, what's the main objectives of this transformations is now, before the Ministry of Health or in health sector was regulating and health provisions and monitoring. Now we are moving just and regulators and monitoring, and we have the provision of health services to the health holding companies, or actually cluster base. So if we look at the transformation journey, we have three main stations. The first thing is, as I mentioned, the regulations and legislations. And the second is the operating model, which is we are now doing by health holding companies or clusters, where they are, before was a governmental hospitals, now transfer as independent and private companies. Then the third stage is the financing, where we have health. Now we just create a health national health insurance. So that's the journey of the transformations. This journey, it has to have supportive and enablers. So these supportive is part of it is the digitization, and also the manpower, which is the human resources, and also the PSP, where we are saying private sector participation. We're engaged on this transformation to support and cover the gaps that may happen with the health provision. So if we look at this is the journey, of course, based on health, our private sector participation specifically, if we look at their engagement in health market, we are defining 5 main elements, objectives should be available in this. The first thing is the accessibility of healthcare. Then, of course, before that, the availability of healthcare. Second is the cost-effective and efficiency, as we mentioned, that's impact on an economy. It should, be as the model of care that we are looking. Of course, the last is we are looking for the quality of the service provided. So that's describe exactly how is the movement, or how is the health transformation journey in Saudi Arabia. So the health sector is by 3 components exactly, provided by 3 components. The first is the private sector, we're independent. Second is the Ministry of Health. Third is the other governmental hospitals, where we see Prof. Hersi is leading one of these institutions. So now we have, in the transformation, we have what we call it health transformation strategy, which is the umbrella is having the strategy for all the transformation of these sectors together, and make sure that it has been aligned together.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I'll ask Ivan Colombo. Humanitas is one of the most important healthcare groups in Italy. And your project was born out of a different experience in a large industrial group, which now is present all over the world, but also in the Gulf and especially in Saudi Arabia. Would you tell us something more about your experience in the area? Thanks.
Thank you, and good morning to everybody. I think that it's really a great pleasure to be here. And now I represent Humanitas Healthcare Group and Humanitas University. Humanitas has a history that was born from a great industrial group that is Techint. It's a broader conglomerate of 6 different business and activities. Humanitas has one purpose, that is the main purpose, and that join everything together. The purpose is the quality of the care. If we don't provide the quality of the care, we don't respect our mission. The mission of a healthcare provider is to provide the best care, nothing else. And then you can reach, in this way, the sustainability. And what Sergio was told before is what we prove every day. If you provide good care, the quality of the care, the cost is less than a bad care. This is normal, but is not something that is entering our world every day. And for this purpose, Humanitas has started from the beginning to understand in which way to reach the clinical quality. We have one fortune, that is to belong an international industrial group, and this allows us to develop different methodology to control the process of the clinical and non-clinical activities within an hospital. And a few words about the group where Humanitas is in. And the name is Techint Group, and the activity of the Techint Group are done by different companies. Tenaris, that makes steel tubes, Ternium, based especially in the North and South America, flat and long steel products, Tech Petroleum, oil and gas, with a very hard perspective in South America too, Argentina especially. Techint, that is the main group in terms of knowledge, with engineering and construction. Then Tenova, that is products steel and mining industry, and Humanitas Care, that is something that is peculiar within this group, that is a 34 billion of turnover last year in 2022. We are present through Tenaris in the kingdom since the 1950 years, and we produce for the main company, that is Saudi Aramco, pipelines, all treatment facilities, solid handling plants, and a lot of different contracts that are working up to now. And I think that from the point of view of the healthcare, there is one opportunity that is, Humanitas belongs to the national healthcare system, Italian national healthcare system. The national healthcare system is managed by the state of Italy, and the private operators work within this system like a PPP project. No? In this way, we invest a lot of money in this 20, more or less now 30 years of our existence, since 1996. And this is a case of success that can be really exported abroad and can be one touch point with the Saudi Arabia national healthcare, as you explained, is in a very hard explanation.
Thank you very much. So we move on to Hamad Hersi, who is CEO of King Saudi Medical City. And I would like to ask you, what are the strategic objectives of the King Saud University and Medical City, and how you would define its overall transformation process? I mean, transformation is a word that's been used a lot during this morning, and I think it's important because it's something that is encompassing by all sectors, and of course, health sector, it's no exception.
Okay, pleasure to be here. By way of introduction, King Saud University is the oldest state-owned and funded university established in 1957, and the Medical City is the first academic institution with a teaching in the region. It was established in 1972. It represents a third of the university budgetary as well as manpower. We have 3 hospitals, 1,400 beds. We provide 8 centers of excellence. We provide secondary and tertiary care and primary care to our employee only. So the strategic objective that was set out by the government and ordained is for the university to be among the top 10 globally renowned university, and for the Medical City to be a leader globally and regionally in terms of healthcare delivery, a hub for international training, and attracting talents from all corners of the globe to expand our research and innovation enterprise. And indeed, the Medical City has the capability to achieve its strategic objectives and have an impact on the landscape of healthcare system in the region. Our current status, we ranked 112 globally. So to move from 112 to best 10, that's quite a very ambitious and very difficult and scary goal. And as they say, if the goal is not scary and the dream, it's not worth dreaming that dream. So that necessitates a major transformation. Currently, our university is a very traditional university where the output and the metrics goes around how many students will graduate, the quality of education, whether they got a job or not. That's a first generation, very traditional university. To move to a, so to speak, fourth generation university where the metrics for success are measured around what's the magnitude of the contribution to the GDP, how many spin-offs and knowledge spillovers measured by spin-off and startups, the revenue that generated from startup and spin-offs, as well as the number of patents that are commercialized. This transformation requires a major change in our mode of operation. The KSU and the university embarked on several series of changes and initiatives to improve the various aspects of the institution. Number one, there's a structure revamping our structure as well as our infrastructure to need to be invested in. The second thing is structural change, as administrative change, as well as the leadership. There's also major investment in 3 areas, which is very important and relevant to our discussion. R&D and innovation in terms of building capacity, partnering with the private sector, and collaboration with international investors as well to bring and start educating and teaching around how to invent and how to develop startups in the country as well as in the university specifically. One very important also changing that happening in Riyadh area, which is the development of biotech Riyadh city, which is a very important offering from the government, and we are playing a major role with King Faisal and the Ministry of Health as well as Ministry of National Guard to be a think tank as well as a part of the ecosystem in that area. So all these areas also requires attraction of talent. It will be a global university, so we will look for all talented people, whether students or staff, to be hired and work in King Saud University.
Thank you very much. Well, these are very much the same challenges that many universities in Europe are facing. I mean, the ability to develop the third mission and so on. So let's move to Paolo Rotelli, Vice President of GKSD Investment Holding. Now, we have been hearing this morning about new technologies, and artificial intelligence, of course, is one of almost a buzzword has become today. But what do you think is the impact that artificial intelligence may have in healthcare?
Okay, thank you. So, pay attention because here I'm going to tell you how to make money. So that's interesting. If you have one thing to remember from this session, it's what I'm going to say now. So basically, why you need artificial intelligence in healthcare? Because it makes the doctor, in theory, go faster and be more accurate. Problem, the biggest company in computing in the world, IBM, they tried to make IBM Watson on something easy, imaging. They say we put tons of data into an algorithm and it's going to be better than a doctor to tell what you have. Well, it didn't work. Why? Because the problem is not the quantity of the data in healthcare, it's the quality of the data. You can make the best algorithm in the world. If you fill it with bad data, not well-prepared data, not well-inputted data, your algorithm will not work. And that's why also producer of imaging technology, they have so much problem to make interesting artificial intelligence inside their machine. So, the software, when they exist of IA in imaging, where they come from? From hospitals, from research hospital, like ours, San Raffaele in Milan. In a very easy way, look, during COVID, we were hit by thousands and thousands of patients arriving every week at emergency rooms. And you had like 2 minutes to decide which one you keep, which one go in a hospital bed, and which one in ICU. It was so hard. Well, we managed in 2 months to program artificial intelligence that just from the scan of the lungs plus 2 other parameters will tell you immediately 98% accuracy tested on second wave if the patient can go home, should stay in the hospital, or go straight to ICU. That's the thing. Hospitals, universities, they have the knowledge of the data. So in healthcare, the interesting thing is taking the know-how of hospital, putting it together with computer engineers, and make new algorithm happen. Then in Italy, it's not easy, because Italy is the worst country in Europe for computer scientists per inhabitant, every 1,000 inhabitants. So here, the problem is our doctors know how to use the data, but very often they don't have the computer scientist. So what we are setting up now is our university is adding, that is the second biggest of medicine in Italy, is now adding computer science. So we will produce our own computer scientists that, like it happens in Boston, what's the name, in MIT, from the beginning they're going to work with doctors, learn how to manipulate good healthcare data, and that will conclude in an incubator where basically we can produce any artificial intelligence program for imaging that we wish with around 1 million and around 1 year time.
Thank you very much. I've been keeping notes about making money with your suggestion. Now, we go with the second round now, and so we go back to Sergio Dompe and ask him why he believes that life sciences are so important in the relationship between Italy and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Because it's the best synergy that we can produce investing in a common interest. We have already, we show in many different ways that our healthcare system is solid. It's able to cover the largest part of the population comparing with other countries. And the quality is good, especially connected with our region, Lombardy. I think that the great energy that there is today in Saudi Arabia, together with the will of investing in new technologies, and the possibility to create some cooperation, public, private, with many areas, it's ideal to restart a strategy for the country that has the health of the population as a basic investment, not just for the future of the healthcare, but for the future of the entire country. I think that this is the real knowledge economy. And the country young, with power, with the will of invest, and with the will of facing new technologies, new investment, it would be honestly not possible not to consider health care. And I have to say, honestly speaking, Lombardy, Italy, is the partner.
It's very convincing. Thank you very much. So on the same argument, to Hilberim, I would like to ask a specific way of fostering this cooperation is through private and public partnerships. What would you advise foreign investors in order to increase the rate of success and the possibility of having a fruitful cooperation in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Thank you very much. I think
you can use this one.
That's okay. I think
otherwise you.
I think
I'll keep it for you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think if we look at the first round of discussions, we heard three main words. We heard about transformations, quality, and investment. So if you don't look at what's the outcome of these transformations, it will not be, I think, successful transformations. If we look at it from our transformation, so we are talking about, we have two main streams for the investment in the health sector. And this is real discussions being happened also between B2B today companies or even from G to B. For example, the PPP projects that the strategy of the PPP projects, we end up with around 125 projects with estimation cost is 52 billion Saudi riyals. That will be a huge ambitious project as infrastructures, and the model, as you know, it's design, build, operate, and maintain for 20 years and above. So we just last February, we signed the 2 contracts for the infrastructures with hospital developing, which is 250 bed hospitals, and also surface lines, which is radiology department for 7 hospitals, including King Fahd Medical City and the other hospitals for also more than 10 years. So that's why I said if there is no deliverables of these transformations, you don't think that. Of course, as mentioned, the know-how transfer is one of the main objectives of having these collaborations. And that's why we said we have to make sure that this is one of the KPIs that we measure that our success of this project being achieved. Second thing, we have another stream, which is direct investment from the investors, because we believe as one of our vision 2030 is increasing the participation of the private sector in health market. And that's why we are moving to deliverables or measured or tangible outcomes. And the other thing, as mentioned also by the technology, and no doubt we have very clear vision and missions in this line. We know that RDI, which is the technology, high technology, is led by His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed. So he's monitoring this, make sure that these already been as one of the main objectives that we use it today. Today, if we look at the main core business or objectives of our transformations, we shift from bid capacity-based to person-centered model. And that's why we are moving, not according to the capacity of the bids, how many bids we are having, rather than we have the use and proper utilization of the source. So we focus on person models, not we are focusing on bid models.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, Ivan Colombo, again, you have been able to deal and put together education and care and research, of course. Would you like to explain us a little bit more about these topics and how you think your experience in Saudi Arabia could be shared and used by other potential investors interested in the kingdom?
Yeah, thank you. I think that really everything starts from the mission that the purpose has. No? So if you do iron, you have to produce the best iron. If you produce healthcare, you have to produce the best healthcare because people want to be cured in the best way. This is the purpose of everything. Otherwise, we go outside. And the purpose of Humanitas and the way in which way we can cooperating and support our model is really based on everything that is focused for the quality of the care. And this is something that every one of us wants to have, because everybody of us wants to be cured in the best way. This is for all the persons of the world. And to do this, there is one thing that is, first of all, you have to know very well how is the process of the healthcare. Second, there is a necessity of a management model, a strong management model, otherwise you can't control all the KPI of the process. And when you control the KPI of the process, you can control the quality, and then you control the efficiency too at the meantime. And in this way, we can collaborate with the kingdom, Saudi Arabia kingdom, and all other countries all over the world. Secondly, we need an aggregation of competencies. And the first thing is that research is going on every time. Paolo was speaking about before AI, speaking a new problem of the data, how using computing and so on. So put together in research, education, it's really important to achieve this result. And what we did is, first of all, I have to say that we control and we check the quality. Last year, Humanitas, Istituto Clinico Humanitas in Milan achieved the first rank in Italy as quality of the outcome, ranked by Agenas, that is a national agency. Italy is it's a little bit strange because sometimes there is few transparencies, but in this case, from the point of view... Agenas
is a very reputable agency.
Agenas is really open, and you know, I don't, people don't know, but all the data of all the hospital, private and public, from all the hospital go to Agenas and are checked together and controlled. So this is something that is very important. And the last thing is the education. You have to provide the education for the present, but for the future. The future is changing. AI will change the future. And we started in 2019 with Politecnico of Milano, joined with them and Humanitas University, the first in the world, the program MedTech. MedTech program is a program where in 6 years, without losing time, and according to the Italian law, a medical student, reach the degree in medical and the degree in biotechnology. This is one of the main purposes of our Humanitas University for the future.
I'm sorry, I mean, it's a very interesting discourse, but I have to keep it short. So, Professor Hersi, we were discussing before how the transformation of the university was, and where this transformation was heading. But in this perspective, what kind of collaboration do you foresee for Saudi Arabia to build together with Italy? You've heard a lot about education and also large players in this sector.
So as a testimony to our commitment to this collaboration, today we signed an MOU with the groups and the NATO, and that's on the delivery side. We're very much interested to develop a BPP model with this group. They came and visited our institution several times. We're looking at collaborating and joint venturing in cardiac care. The other point that was mentioned earlier, which is population health management, which is they're really strong at. We're looking at also in the future expanding this collaboration to population health management. I cannot overemphasize the importance of preventive medicine and prevention in general in the kingdom. This is one of the emphases from the MOH as well as the transformation process. We're a very young population. We had this today, but we're plagued with 1 in 4 Saudi are either diabetic or pre-diabetic. 60% of our children are obese or overweight. So that's a major challenge to the country as well as to the population. Unless we push care upstream and we emphasize on prevention, decreasing risk, and doing a lot of policy interventions in terms of trying to decrease patient developing or individual developing diseases, we will not be successful in the future. That will be one of the major focuses that we will discuss with the groups and the NATO to help us with. We, as a tertiary care center, we're not used to do primary care center and primary care delivery of care, so that they will come in this area and play as a partner. The second areas that we're really interested in, we're a university, we do research, we do healthcare provision, and we do training. So, and we're very much interested in drug development, R&D and innovation, benchmark to bedside testing of molecules. With the biotech now in Riyadh, this will be a very good opportunity for the Italian groups who are interested in drug developments or venturing into this area to collaborate with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we conclude with one last question of somehow some more vision from Paolo Rotelli. We all know that over the last 30 years, the healthcare sector has been the ground for extraordinary and very important technological breakthrough. But what do you think will be the next one, apart from artificial intelligence that you have already mentioned?
Thank you.
In 2 minutes, it's a difficult question. I don't know.
The topic. So, very easy way, you know. There's been so much evolution in healthcare, and then now today everyone is talking about stem cell, advanced cell therapies. Well, in San Raffaele Hospital, we are by far in Europe #1 in this kind of therapies. We were the first one to invent gene therapy and take it to the market as a normal therapy. Problem, today we don't see in bioengineering things go faster than 40 years ago. You plant a seed today, and you see the result in 20 years, still today. So the next huge breakthrough, not going to be bioengineering, but going to be, back again, mechanical engineering, digital technology together. One example, we partner with Miguel Nicolelis to have people with total spine resection work again. How? He was the #1 in the world, was the first one to work on computer brain-to-machine interface. So basically, what he developed first in Duke University, then in Brazil, was an exoskeleton that you pilot with your mind. Just because he created an algorithm that can read the brain waves, or even better, if you put a chip inside, Neuralink style, it can read even better the signal from the neurons, and then it makes the exoskeleton move. You see? So in conclusion, that's the kind of technology I think going to be a huge breakthrough. Today, the exoskeleton is huge. The algorithm is not super fast. In 5 years, it's going to be very light exoskeleton. Algorithm going to be sky fast. And so, in conclusion, I think we're going to, in aging path, if we want to live much longer, we're going to be more easily cyborgs than you make an injection and you don't age.
Thank you very much. So thanks again to all the panelists. We are on time. Hope you enjoyed this discussion.
Thank you, Ernesto Somma. It was really insightful and fascinating talking about the future of healthcare and life science. But there's another area of potential development. We heard today that the manufacturing output in Saudi Arabia is expected to grow exponentially in the next 5 to 10 years. And Italy, and specifically more Lombardy, is one of the manufacturing capital. Let's talk advanced manufacturing. Let's talk automotive industry with Omar Al-Tuwajiri, who's Associate Director for Advanced Manufacturing at the Ministry for Investment of Saudi Arabia, and his speakers, please. Lo abbiamo quasi fatto.
So, hello everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Omar Al-Tuwajiri, and I am the Machinery and Equipment Director in the Ministry of Investment, Saudi Arabia. Thank you for attending the third session on automotive and advanced manufacturing. Please allow me to welcome our guests, Mrs. Barbara Beltrame Giacomello, the Vice President for Internazionale Confindustria. Mohammed Al-Shaya, Executive Vice President of Policies, Study and Innovation at the National Industrial Center. Mr. Andrea Casalucci, CEO of Pirelli. Mr. Jörg Schussler, Chief Financial Officer of SIR. And finally, Anna Bacola, Director of International Policy and Public Affairs of Lucid. So, thank you everyone for joining us in the session. So, I'll start with you, Mrs. Barbara, on how can investment in the advanced manufacturing sector contribute to economic growth, technological advancement, and could enhance the bilateral relationship between Italy and Saudi Arabia?
Thank you very much for the questions, but first let me say hello to everyone. Valentini, hello. It was very nice to see you today and yesterday night. And this is a very interesting question because Italy is a country that have a very strong manufacturing sector and export-oriented. So the challenge of innovation and transformation is very crucial for our country and for us and also for our companies. And this is why, because we think that investment is the future, of course, and with the investment and also with the innovation technology and all the things that we say before my panel are all connected with each other. That's why it's very important to invest in advanced manufacturing and also to invest in innovation. I want to give you some example about what is crucial, for us, because we know that foreign direct investment are the leverage of both countries. And why? Because with this, we can make a lot of effort in partnership together. We can have more employment, a best employment. We say before, we heard before also with the panel before that education is important, and with advanced education, is crucial for our youngest. And if we're coming back to the machinery that we made and all the machinery that we want to make, they need to be advanced. Why? Because as we heard before, we need a very competitive world. And for this, we need to be very advantaged. That's why.
Thank you. Let me move to Mr. Mohammed. So, in light of the booming technological advancement, can you shed some light on the efforts of Saudi Arabia on the field of advanced manufacturing?
Thank you, Omar. It's nice to be here. Thank you for having me.
The technological advancement you've heard even before the session before about AI and the exoskeleton, etc., etc. So, in light of Vision 2030 and the stemming strategies, Saudi Arabia embarked on 4 main pillars in order to facilitate for the ecosystem of moving toward a better advanced manufacturing ecosystem. The first pillar is the business environment and the relevant strategies. The second is the financing. The third is the talent. The fourth is the infrastructure. Let me highlight quickly on each one of those. So in terms of business regulations, we've embarked over the past few years on a lot of laws and regulations. For example, the insolvency law, the commercial pledge law, easing the trade across border, and we're embarking on new strategies that tackle the knowledge-based economy, such as the intellectual property national strategy and research and development and innovation strategy, which will establish Saudi Arabia as industrial, an energy and industrial leadership. The second is the talent. We understand the gap in talent nowadays, and we have a very young nation with 58% under the age of 35. So we're targeting upskilling the existing workforce and facilitating for the next generation to have state-of-the-art education and vocational training. The third, the infrastructure. We're embarking on so many initiatives aiming at revamping the industrial base in terms of digitization, in terms of Industry 4.0. The fourth is the financing. So in addition to the traditional financing, we're tackling the new financing, specialized financing in terms of VCs, PE, ecosystem through fund of funds in Saudi Arabia. We're tackling specialized for digitization, Industry 4.0 in financing, in addition to export financing. Hopefully all of those elements work together to facilitate for the private sector, global and local, to contribute effectively in the advanced manufacturing. And most of the initiative that is happening is by listening clearly to the needs of the private sector, both the global and the local.
Thank you. So moving to Mr. Casalucci, which are the distinctive aspects of Pirelli's business model and which business strategies is your company focusing on?
Okay, thank you. Good morning to everybody. And I will try in a few words to explain the Pirelli positioning and business model. Pirelli, with its more than 70 million capacity in the world, is one of the major players. But above all, it's important to mention that it is the sole company in the tire industry fully focused on the consumer business. It means car, moto, and bikes, and is leading the high-value segment in the world. What does it mean, high-value segment? Is to link the tire industry into the automotive is the segment including the premium and prestige car makers. If we do consider prestige car makers, for example, Bentley, Aston Martin, McLaren, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Maserati, and Porsche, and so on, 1 out of 2 cars in the world today are fitting Pirelli tires. That's the position. Why the high value? Because high value is the fastest growing segment in the automotive. We see every time, including in difficult times of recession, that the pace of growth of high value is between 6 and 7 times the pace of growth of the synergic car park. Having said that, the core of the strategy has to do with innovation and technology. Pirelli is investing around 6% of its turnover in the high value in research and development, having the highest rate of investment in R&D, and is also the global leader in motorsport, not only F1, 350 competition all around the world. That is a kind of open-air laboratory that allows us to learn and to transfer technology and innovation in the day-by-day cars and activities. But even more important, we partner with the most important car makers all around the world to support them in the development of their cars. This is something we do since decades, and in this period is very important to mention that we are trying to support the most important transition of the automotive, which is towards the electric vehicle, and tires will play a key role in the transition into the EV. We have here two very important partners of Pirelli, like Lucid and like Sear in the Saudi Arabia, full EV player, and so we know how to support, and we try to do our best to support this in the transition to EV. And this has to do also with the sustainability journey. In Pirelli, the sustainability is a pillar of the strategy since ever, and today we are proud to say that Pirelli is in the top 1% of this Standard & Poor's Sustainability Index in the world. We have the most ambitious target of carbon neutrality in the industry within 2030, and within 2025, we want to have 100% of energy coming from renewable sources. So we take it very seriously. So I tried, in few words, high-value leadership, sustainability journey. That's Pirelli today. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to Mr. Schulzer. So, as just mentioned by Mr. Casalucci, that Sear is one of the most important partners of Pirelli. Can you please tell us a little bit more about Sear?
Of course, Omar, with pleasure. Before I start, I would also like to take the opportunity and thank Misa for the great format, and of course, thank our Italian hosts to be here in the beautiful city of Milan. È un piacere presentarvi il progetto Sear. Okay, as Omar said, my name is Jörg Schüssler. I'm the CFO of Sear National Automotive Company, Saudi Arabia's first battery electric vehicle company. Basically, our mission as a company is to develop, to design, manufacture, and sell aspirational battery electric vehicles in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and in the wider GCC region. Sear was incorporated late last year in November 2022, announced by the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman. And we are a joint venture between Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund and Foxconn of Taiwan. When we look at some of our strategic partners, we have a technology partnership with BMW. So we have a licensing agreement for platform technology of BMW's current EV portfolio, which clearly allows us an accelerated development cycle and a faster time to market. I mentioned Foxconn already. They are not only a minority shareholder of our company, they are also our technology partner in developing the electric architecture of our vehicles. Clearly, a lot of experience on their side to ensure that we are segment leaders in the areas of autonomy, infotainment, and connectivity. If I zoom out a little bit of the company itself and also highlight the role that Sear plays in the ecosystem in Saudi Arabia, we are part of Vision 2030, and we are also one of the projects that the Public Investment Fund is investing in, fast-growing industries and proliferating, diversifying the economy from the oil and gas sector. When you look at some of the figures, Sear already attracted foreign direct investment of over $150 million. And we are anticipating, so Sear is becoming a reality as we speak, and there is opportunity to join us in
on achieving sustainable mobility. Can you please tell us more about the company vision and its direction to be a catalyst of the sector and future growth?
Of course, fantastic question. Thank you for having us here, but allow me first to begin by thanking the organizers of the forum, the Italian Ministry of Enterprise and Made in Italy, the Saudi Ministry of Investment, our distinguished guests, His Excellency Khalid Al-Fali, Honorable Minister Uso, Mayor Saleh, and secondly, by introducing Lucid. We're certainly working hard in becoming a household name, but we are a relatively young American electric automaker. Although our top minds, our top engineers, our talent have been in the electrical vehicle arena since its own start. Lucid began as a TIAVA back in 2007 with a very simple idea. We wanted to contribute on the growth of electrified vehicles. We focused first our initial efforts on developing a battery system. But it soon became very clear that the most direct way of increasing the number of electrified vehicles on the road is by designing and developing our own. Thus, in 2014, we began engineering our own electric vehicle. In 2016, we rebranded and we became Lucid. And in July 2021, we became a public company listed on NASDAQ. Deliveries of our car, our Lucid Air, began in late 2021. Where are we today? Where today we have over 6,000 employees. We're headquartered in California. We are present in Europe. We are present in Saudi Arabia. Our first manufacturing plant is in Arizona, and our second manufacturing facility in Saudi Arabia set to be operational later this month. Allow me, though, to talk about our car, our Lucid Air. Well, it has the longest range and fastest charging speed of any EV in the world. Our Lucid Air Grand Touring, for example, has an up to 839-kilometer WLTP certified range on a single charge. What does that mean? Well, I can drive from Milan to Rome on a single charge without any concern, with safety, and I'm sure our Italian audience would appreciate this, with style. And when I have to charge again, I can add a range of 400 kilometers in 16 minutes of charging. All this in an EV that can go from 0 to 100 in 3.2 seconds effortlessly, thanks to its a little bit over 1,000 horsepower. I'm sure you will agree that we make an amazing EV, and that is precisely why we have won numerous awards. We have won Motor Trend Car of the Year in 2022, Motor Trend Car Best Luxury Electric Car in 2023. But trust me, that is only part of our story as an EV manufacturing. I think what we're most proud of, what makes us stand out as an EV manufacturer, is that our Lucid Air Grand Touring, I'm going to stick to that example, can travel 6.7 kilometers on every kilowatt hour of energy. This is basically the equivalent of kilometers per liter, of miles to less strain on the grid. It also means that an EV Lucid needs fewer battery cells per vehicle to get the same range as any other EV, and we believe this is a key advantage and a key commercial advantage. So, in conclusion, efficiency enables more than just lowering manufacturing costs. It lowers the raw material usage per vehicle. This is very critical, and a discussion of critical raw materials and our dependency in certain countries, a lower cost of ownership for customers, and fundamental. It doesn't happen very often. It is a difficult one. It is a difficult one for the automotive industry. But I think the EV industry is at a very interesting position. The consumers are demanding and want to do their own part for the environment. So the transition, they're transferring to EVs, and the latest numbers for sales in Europe show that. We're definitely in a tipping point for the EV industry. It is technology, it is innovation that will allow us to make the sustainable transportation. And this, in turn, is the important and why I think there's great potential for the industry. It will spur growth. So yes, indeed, there is enormous potential here and enormous potential for the EV industry.
Well, thank you for shedding the light on Lucid. I'll go back to you, Mr. Giacomello, and I just want to ask you another question. Italy has a strong tradition of manufacturing. It's known for its high-quality products across various industries. What are the strong sectors in which advanced manufacturing can be of a greatest contribution?
Okay. As you know, Italy usually is associated the 3F, that are fashion, food, and furniture, but the real backbone, and actually the one that is more export-oriented, are the machinery and the capital goods. And this is represent a very significant part of the total value of our country, and also of the export that we have of our product. And we're talking about ceramic, wood, paper, glass, and many others. And we are talking also about, as we said before, robot automations or sophisticated and high-tech machinery, and many others. So this is, as we said before, the advanced manufacturing. And we know that now our process are oriented of other things that are, because the world is changing. And this is why we are thinking about invest more, as we said before, in investment technologies. We have done a very good research regarding that is called Il Bello Ben Fatto. That was, maybe you, Valentino, were present during the presentation. And we discovered that our Italian machinery export is around 28 billion euros, but we know that there is a potential for the 60 billion euros between advanced and emerging countries. And this is very interesting because I think it's very important to have this connection between our two countries, because this potential are inside of the vision that you have, the Vision 2030 plan that you have it. So I think we need to proceed and have more relationship between our countries. And the meeting that we have in May in Rome and Milan, and this one and the one in October, will be very useful for the two countries.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mohammed, can you please tell me about, or can you elaborate on the automotive sector development in Saudi Arabia and its opportunities?
Sure. Let me start off by saying the last 2 years been good years for Saudi Arabia. We start realizing, my colleagues here, Lucid, Seer, they have established in Saudi Arabia. It's not a plan anymore. It's under execution. Saudi Arabia is have 60% of the GCC market. It's situated in a very good global position for export. Now we're moving and shifting gears to a second stage, is how to develop all the value chains surrounding advanced manufacturing, such as automotive, from R&D, from design and engineering, from production, up to the post-services, the aftermarket, the training, and what have you. Now, this is very important in our national industrial strategy to have a full supplier base that can help and support the competitiveness of the manufacturing base that we have, and to facilitate for new investment into Saudi Arabia. Our focus is supply chain development. We're organizing over the few next months a supplier day for automotive in order to match-make the suppliers to the manufacturers inside Saudi Arabia. And hopefully this will result in a good opportunity for the Italian business community to explore the opportunities in real term with real businesses in Saudi Arabia. And we're happy to facilitate for any kind of investment in this regard.
Thank you. Going back to you, Mr. Casalucci, so does Pirelli see long-term business opportunities in Saudi Arabia? And how is it going to move within the kingdom market?
Okay, thank you. First, allow me to say that Saudi for Pirelli is already a very important market. So we have a 20 years presence with a local partner, Petromin. We have a presence on more than 70 points of sales with an office in Jeddah. So we are there. But it's not enough. We see opportunity, huge opportunities for the future. Back to the Vision 2030 of the kingdom, we see a key role of the automotive in this vision. And starting from the actual car park, that as far as I know is more than 11 million cars, there is a clear plan of develop the local production. And here we have two very important examples. The plan inside the vision is to arrive at 300,000 cars produced within 2030 with a 40% of local supply. That represents for us a great opportunity, also because 100% of this car production will be purely electric vehicle and premium segment, which is also the case of Sear and Lucid that are already two very important partners of Pirelli. So if we put all together, high value segment, fast growing market, premium, and with a clear mission on sustainability, it makes, I would say something like a perfect fit with the Pirelli strategy. So I see a lot of opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, we'll be happy to have you in the kingdom.
Thank you.
And moving to Mr. Schussler, what is the big picture of the automotive sector in Saudi Arabia, and how are you supporting this?
Yeah, I can complement what Mohammed and Andrea just touched on. I would underline that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is committed in establishing this automotive manufacturing cluster in the kingdom, and Sear is one of the companies there to ignite this industry. At the end, it's our goal to attract additional OEMs and additional top-tier suppliers for localization in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. When you think about, okay, why more OEMs? At the end, it's about numbers. And this is not only the CFO talking, it is economies of scale. The more localized OEMs we attract in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the more the critical mass we can guarantee to our supplier bases for investing in Saudi and localizing their operation in the kingdom. I would describe the investor climate as friendly, the ecosystem as very supportive. We experience this as Sear ourselves, looking at the support we get from organizations like MISA, like the Public Investment Fund, and many other supporting industry entities in the ecosystem. And ultimately, this is, again, also a topic which has great commitment by the leadership in the country. Looking at the number of job creation, looking at the opportunity to diversify the economy with developing the automotive sector, and ultimately also creating valuable jobs for young national talent in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it ticks all the boxes. When I look into more specific opportunities from Sear as a company, we are setting up full-scale manufacturing in Saudi Arabia. That means we will have our body shop, our paint shop, general assembly, battery assembly, you name it. And each of our cars will have anything between 4,000 to 5,000 parts. We are in the middle of sourcing these equipment, these parts with our suppliers. We successfully already identified tier 1 suppliers for localization in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which will support us to ensure that our first generation of battery electric vehicles runs down the production line within the next 3 years. So again, there is opportunity in the kingdom, there is opportunity for Sear. We are shopping, and I trust Italy is open for business.
Yes. So coming back to you, Mrs. Bacola, and I understand now that we are standing between our guests and the lunch break. So if we delay them a little bit more, then in a couple of minutes, can you tell me, Lucid Group has a long-standing relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Can you please tell me how this public-private relationship developed, and how do you see the future of the company?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, Lucid is a company of high ambition that is founded on technology that is applicable today, that it works today. We're not talking about science fiction here. This is exactly the cornerstone of our important relationship with Saudi Arabia and what drives both partners. I think the relationship between Lucid and Saudi Arabia is highly successful and productive collaboration because it's actually founded on a foundational alignment when it comes to the future of mobility, when it comes to efficiency, when it's about using technology to take this giant leap forward in how we think about the use of energy, the very essence of sustainability and making a substantive green transition. Lucid represents the very best of Silicon Valley innovation and foresight, and it's this spirit that it has found a natural second home, an ally, if I may, in the spirit and ambition that characterizes Saudi Arabia and has been defined by Saudi Vision 2030 and the transformative projects that it's all about. Both US and Saudi Arabia are determined to lead in new technologies, to make the global and regional energy transition a success. For Lucid, the Saudi Public Investment Fund is a strategic investor. But our commitment to the country, our commitment to the region goes far beyond this. Only in 16 months, again, 16 months after signing an agreement with Saudi government, Lucid's second manufacturing facility, a King Abdullah economic city, is set to be operational later this month with SKD assembly operations. With the addition of CBU operations in the future, the plant full capacity is expected to be 155,000 vehicles annually for Saudi Arabia, the Gulf region, Europe, and other potential markets. Believe me, going from an agreement to building a manufacturing plant, to cutting the ribbon, to making it operational is an unequivocal reflection of not only the successful and efficient partnership, but also a story of multiple best practices at play. And I'd like to mention two that we're most proud of. Construction at our Saudi plant involved best-in-class in Saudi Arabia of 2 million man-hours without safety incident. Also working with the Saudi Human Resource Development Fund, we're involved in a high-level training program of Saudi young men and women at our manufacturing facility in Arizona, our HQ in California. These are men and women that are now an integral part of our operation in Saudi Arabia. And they each have completed an average just shy away of 300 hours of training. But partnerships with the public and the private are important, but also partnerships with other private companies. As Andrea has mentioned, we have a very special relationship with Pirelli. And it's not easy to make a tire for an electric vehicle. It definitely addresses very EV-specific requirements. But I have to mention a few things. It is more resistant to abrasion. Leads to less energy consumption and less pollution caused by abrasion. Provides longer mileage due to the material mixture. Uses less harmful substances and more natural rubber. This is a very important relationship as well because it's fully in line with our commitment to sustainability. But also, our most recently announced relationship with Aston Martin. This is a long-term strategic technology partnership which will help the iconic brand, the James Bond car, of course, into their journey of electrification. We have been selected by Aston Martin because of our technology, because of our electric powertrain and what we offer. It is a very special partnership. It's a first for Lucid's technology arm because we believe that our realization of a vision needs to be the vision of others, and we need to pave the way for more mainstream applications. I will conclude with this for lunch. It is great to have high ambition, but believe me, it is even better when you share the same goals, when you share the same vision, when you share the same passion with others. Why? Well, because this creates synergies, an incredible opportunity for growth. And I think if there's one thing all of us out of this forum gets out is exactly that. Synergies equals growth.
Yes. Yes, indeed. With this, we conclude our panel. Thank you, distinguished guests, for your time and collaboration. And thank you, our esteemed guests, for attending. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Omar, and thanks to the speakers. We're close to the conclusion of our first part of the forum, but the final panel is dedicated to real estate in tourism and hospitality. Antonio Barrecos, Director General of Federturismo, to manage our last panel. Please.
So good morning, everyone. I will call the speakers to join the floor. And I will assure you we will be very, very short. Hi. Nice to meet you. Thank you. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will go to the last panel of this morning, and then we will be free to go to lunch. And the last panel is related to real estate development in tourism and hospitality. I will please our speakers to be very short I will make long questions, but please do give short answers. And I will start from His Excellency Mr. Abouladi, who is Deputy Minister of Investment Attraction, Ministry of Tourism in Saudi Arabia. And the first question is, what initiatives is the Ministry of Tourism undertaking to facilitate foreign investment in real estate and hospitality development for Vision 2030? Thank you very much.
Thank you, and welcome everybody. And I think we have, while we may be the last session, but we're probably the, shall we say, least technical of all the sessions today. It's more about tourism. It's more about an industry which brings joy to people and experiences. So, with that, I think, just put it into context. Tourism is a new sector in the kingdom. We have three main goals. The first goal is to become one of the top global destinations, which means 100 million visitors by 2030. We want to create or become the second largest economic contributor after hydrocarbons in the kingdom, which is a targeted 10% contribution to GDP. And probably most importantly, our third goal is to create 1 million additional jobs. So how are we translating this into real estate development? So tourism, as you know, is an industry dominated by the SME space. If you think about your journey when you travel, you leave your home, you go into a ride-hailing app, or your driver, or whoever. Just think about that journey. Generally speaking, the large companies are the airline, the airport, and possibly your hotel. Everything else, from the restaurants you eat in, to the tour guides you engage, to all of the other services that you do, are generally small to medium enterprise companies. However, the large investment needs to come from real estate investors who will anchor all of these services. A resort, or sorry, a scuba shop, for example, will only work if the resort is fully functioning, and vice versa. So, new sector. Our mandate is to create within this sector a sustainable, investable business environment. The way we look at it today, and this is where I come to your answer about initiatives, we're looking at making sure that we are developing destinations in the right way, so that both visitors and in turn, investors can come in and see the opportunity and come and visit and have the right experiences. So in addition to working on that destination readiness, we have a parallel line where we're looking at ease of doing business. We want to make sure that it is seamless. I keep telling my boss, His Excellency the Minister, that I want to make myself redundant so that all of you as investors in the space don't need to have a conversation with me. You come in, you see the opportunity, you invest, and then ultimately, once you're done through your investment cycle, you can exit cleanly. And then finally, it's that until I get to make myself redundant, there's the facilitation piece, which we work together with our friends at the Ministry of Investments and other government entities. Just to conclude, where are we today? On the destination readiness, we've identified 63 clusters across the kingdom. You need to understand Saudi Arabia is pretty much the size of Western Europe, so it's a very large country, very diverse opportunities. We have the big cities like Riyadh, Jeddah. We have historical places like Diriyah and Al-Hassa and other places. We have mountains in the south, which are lush and green. We have in the winter snow in the north. And so it's a very diverse country. It's a very big country. So we have 63 identified clusters. And in terms of our ease of doing business, we have initiatives that are coming there to help me achieve my making myself redundant goal. And making sure that we are ingraining all of the regulatory change that we need to do within other government entities, other government ministries, in order to make sure that that investor journey is easy and clean. And then finally, last year, my team within the ministry generated about 2.8 billion euro worth of new investment into the sector. Over the last 2 years, the ecosystem between ourselves, the Ministry of Investment, the Tourism Development Fund, and all of the other players have generated over 7.4 billion euro. This is all private sector money, by the way. I'm not including any of the PIF projects. And from now until 2027, our pipeline for the hospitality space is roughly 10 billion euro. That's around 57,000 room keys between now and 2027 of confirmed projects that are coming in. Again, all private sector, none of Imran's projects in DGDA or the PIF or any of the big giga projects. So all of the indicators are there. The work we're doing on that ease of doing business in the environment is coming to fruition, and our destination readiness and development initiatives are actually showing results.
Thank you very much. And now I'll give the floor to Ms. Giovanna Della Posta, who is CEO of Invimit. And the question for you is what makes Italy attractive for Saudi capitals, and what are the strengths of the Italian brand?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Presentation. Invimit is the company that is the asset management company. It is owned by the Ministry of Economy and Finance. So we manage public assets, and we dialogue every day with investors to attract investors in our country. But why Italy? This is the first question that investors ask me. So I would like to show you why Italy. This is the. Okay. So why Italy? What you see that tourism is not only tourism. We know that food, sport, fashion, and also movies, the film industry, is really important to develop tourism. And your ambition to go to 10% for our company, for our country, is just done because in Italy, tourism accounts for 13% of GDP and is one of the main resources of our country. So 49.9 million of tourists every year, and something like about 50 billion that they spend in our country every night. They stay 5 nights per year, typically, and investments in our country are 1.6 billion during 2022. This is a very small number compared to the potentiality of our country. If you look at our investment and if you look also to numbers about recovery, our country is almost full recovered from COVID-19, and Saudi, for example, recovered totally. They recover for 100%, we are 90%, so we can learn from you. And other cities, other data that we can share, we know that most visiting cities are Rome, Venice, Milan, Florence, but don't forget the secondary cities because they have a huge amount of hotels and also sites that you can visit. For example, in Italy, we have 58 UNESCO sites. And this is another goal that we know that your country would like to achieve. And there are many sites that are candidates to be UNESCO. So this is some that we can share. It's not only to invest in our country and to put money, it's also to bring friendship. I studied a little bit Arab and was fascinated by two words, as-sadaka and athika. So trust and friendship, they are the two sides of investments. And if you look at the second slide that I want to show you, why Italy is a destination, culture, quality of life, you know, sport and nature. We have 8,000 kilometers of coast and 37% of our territories are covered by forest. I know, for example, this is a point where you are working a lot because in your country there are very small green areas, and this is something that we can also share with you. So investments are a good way to transfer knowledge. And invest in Italy means also to acquire knowledge how we can do business together. And business, obviously, if you think that we have many visitors for tourism, but also for business and for religious, obviously, motivation. I think that there are many points that Italy could be an attractive place. But first of all, humanity is in the center of all our discussion to bring capital here.
Thank you very much. And now let's have a look at the beautiful destination of Diriyah in close to Riyadh. And I will give the floor to Mr. Changezi, who is the Development Executive Director of the Diriyah Gate Company. And the question for you is, how is the Diriyah Company strategically integrating its hospitality and real estate development within the Kingdom transformation ecosystem? Sorry for the long question. Capitalizing on sustainable practices, cultural heritage, and community enrichment. Thank you.
That's all?
That's all. But a very short answer.
Absolutely. So I was about to say every word in your question will get 10 or 20 words each equivalent. So good afternoon, everybody. And sorry to stand between Burrata and Fettuccini right now, but we'll try to make it as interesting as possible for you. I'm going to focus on real estate development in hospitality, a spiritual question, but to answer your question directly from Diriyah's perspective. So Diriyah is in the heart of the capital of Riyadh, of the kingdom. And I'm very fortunate to be associated with that because it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and we're very proud of that. The roots go back to 300 years plus. This is where the kingdom's leadership, kingdom's roots were established back in 1700s. But that's the known roots of what we know kingdom today as. If you want to go back to the history of Wadi Hanifa itself, it goes back way hundreds, and it precedes Islamic history as well. So it goes to 400 AD. That's how far back it goes to, as far as the Wadi Hanifa is concerned. So from a development perspective, we are a heritage, cultural-led development. Our mandate is about $63 billion development, mixed-use development, which includes, of course, among hospitality that we'll expand on in a little bit, but it has residential, it has retail, it has food and beverage, it has mixed-use commercial offices, and including hospitality. So what we are contributing to as the development or or the giga project, one of the giga projects of the kingdom. What Deputy Minister Mahmoud said earlier, that we are contributing directly to the vision of 2030, which is to take currently contribution of the tourism from 3% to 10%. The jobs that were mentioned earlier, about 1 million, we are contributing directly by creating about 170,000 plus jobs just directly related to tourism. Our team is mandated in hospitality to add 6,000 plus keys into Riyadh. And just to give you an idea, from now real estate investment perspective of what's there for you to consider, is that Riyadh has got a population of about 7.5, 8 million people already today. And it's the center of the kingdom. It is contributing 50% of non-oil GDP already as a city. From a city economy indicators, it's already sitting somewhere around top 40 city economies, largest city economies of the world. The goal is to take it to top 20 and eventually top 10 city economies. So we're not trying to create a new destination. It's a destination that exists. It has a seat of the power. It has all the ministries. It has the capital roots right there. And we are creating that 14 square kilometer mixed-use development. We are already collaborating with a number of Italian companies. I'm glad to report it's a public knowledge, so there's not a problem. Last year, we had announced that we had awarded $1 billion contract to Salini. They're busy doing our super basement structure. At the moment, as we speak, the work is ongoing on the site at the moment. I have the personal pleasure of working with the maestro, Giorgio Armani, who's developing and designing our Armani hotel as part of the Diriyah development. And there are 34 other hotel agreements, including right from Amman to Six Senses to Fauchon to Baccarat, Four Seasons, Raffles, Park Hyatt. So these are all done, these are all signed. What's in it for you? From an investment, development, real estate, hospitality focus, is to come and join that opportunity of the population that really exists, which is going to grow, multiply itself by double almost within the next 7 to 10 years. The encatchment, our tourism goal, just for Riyadh, I'm going to not talk about Kingdom overall because that's a very big looming target, but for the Riyadh alone is 42.6 million annual visitors to Riyadh, one city, basically. And that's a good sort of a split compared to Italy. It's almost similar. Italy is supported by 60% domestic tourism, 40% international. It's almost a similar split for Riyadh as well, what we have over there. And Riyadh number of keys are very low at the moment. It's about 20,000, 25,000 available keys. And given the growth in the population, visitors, it requires anything around 90 to 120,000 keys to sustain that kind of a growth. So that hopefully captures, not so short answer, but something.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, let's go and talk about the Italian side, and we'll give the floor to Mr. Albertini Petroni, who is the Presidente of Asso Immobiliare. And the question for you is, how is performing the Italian market at the moment, and if you see opportunities for Saudi firms in the next future for investing in Italy?
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a good question. The Italian market is in good shape. Obviously, we are an association that represents the entire real estate chain. That means that our associates are planners, developers, investors, service provider. That's why we are more than happy to have this kind of bilateral conference just to exchange expertise, opinion, suggestion among the companies. And also for another reason, because there are a lot of opportunities for the Italian real estate market for the Saudi investors. Starting from tourism, then you can go to logistic. We need a lot of logistic platform, especially in South Italy. We have to develop all the residential sector, especially for the institutional investors, starting from multifamily, build to rent, and student housing or senior living. Another big opportunity is the tourism. As I said before, Giovanna, we are obviously one of the best destinations in the world. And in 2022, we had roughly 400 million overnight stay. That means that the average nights for each journey, 4.5, means 90 million of presents, and 7%, 8% of these are high-spending tourists. That means that we have a lot of people, good spender, but we have 32,000 hotels, but only 1,800 hotels belong to international brands or institutional brands, and only 2% of the 32,000 hotels are 5 stars or 5 stars superior. So we have a huge lack of product for 5 stars hotel, so huge opportunity to invest in 5 stars hotel, not only in the same location, Rome, Milan, Venice, Turin, or Costa Smeralda, but we increase the new location around Italy. And new location means new investment, obviously with also the local operator that can bring all the Italian hospitality, Italian food, Italian furniture, because obviously the hotellerie means also all the design and furniture sector. So there are a lot of opportunities to invest, and there are obviously a lot of expertise from our side to cooperate with the Saudi investors.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to His Excellency, Mr. Abouladi. And the question for you is, where Italy currently rank in terms of real estate investment in your country at the moment? If you see new opportunities in the next years, how can we move forward?
Okay, so that's an interesting question, and I think, so real estate, so I'm a former investment banker, and real estate as an asset class doesn't necessarily travel well from an investment perspective. You'll find, for example, within Europe, the Francophone will tend to invest in Francophone, the Germans will invest in Germany, the Anglo-Saxons sort of have a good way of doing things on their own. The Italians tend to be a very heavy domestic real estate investment market. So we understand this, and while there is huge opportunity for real estate investment in the kingdom, and we're working very well on making sure that the regulations and the environment is right, so today, if you're looking at FDI into the kingdom, in the real estate sector, it's not very high. Is that something that needs to change? Yes. We have a very strong domestic real estate sector. We have very strong domestic real estate partners that can help the Italian companies come in, whether they are directly investing in real estate or ancillary, so operators or contractors or whoever. So there is a huge opportunity there. I think come and see it is probably the best thing I would say. But before you do, here's a little bit of due diligence. So in terms of our sector, in terms of tourism, last year, so I said our target is 100 million by 2030. Last year, we were at 94.5 million. So that means our target's going to go up by 2030. But 94.5 million, that's 45% increase in travel versus 2019. In terms of our split, 16.6 million international visitors, and they've spent about 24.3 billion euro. The domestic market, which is equally strong, was about 77.9 million domestic visitors, and they spent about roughly 26.5 billion euro. So the total is just over 50 billion euro of domestic spend. This is a very strong market. And this is with destinations that aren't fully developed yet. None of the giga projects are fully online. And so this is all just purely organic. So we're going to see a big shift. We're going to see a big jump in the market, particularly when the real estate projects that are being developed by the PIF and the other giga projects come online in the next 2 or 3 years. Plus, I mentioned the private sector pipeline that's coming in, and yet we still have a demand I think the room key gap is probably another over 200,000 room keys between now and 2030 system-wide. So there's a huge opportunity. It's a very strong market, one that is very interesting from a spend profile perspective. We have a captive audience. If we do nothing and we just get the Umrah and religious visitors right, then we're done. But our ambition is more than that. So, all the basics are there, and I think you should just come and visit and take a look. One thing I do want to add, and I hope you've noticed it throughout the panel sessions today, but I want to explicitly mention it today, given that we're the very last session. The one thing that makes us interesting in Saudi Arabia as an investment destination and opportunity is the fact that the whole ecosystem is working together. Whether we're talking about the Ministry of Tourism, whether we're talking about the host today, Ministry of Investment, the Giga projects, we're all singing from the same hymn sheet and we're all going in the same direction. So whether you come to the Ministry of Investment, whether you come to the Ministry of Tourism, whether you go directly to the market, you will always find people who speak the same language, who have the same goals, who have the same willingness to help and facilitate. And I think that's what's maybe wasn't explicitly mentioned today, because we on the Saudi side take it for granted, but because that's how we're working. But I think for someone outside looking in, this is a major element, and that helps the facilitation of inward investment.
Thank you very much. So back to Giovanna Della Posta. The president of Asso Immobiliare said we have a very vibrant real estate market in this country. And even if we are a mature economy in the tourism sector, there is still a lot of space and room to new investments. So how can INVIMIT can help this bilateral business with the Saudi friends in the future?
INVIMIT actually managed something like 2 billion euros asset, but public owns something like 300 billion euros assets. And we know that they are more, but we don't know the value. For example, we know that 28 billions of meter square are covered by forest and by land, and so land is obviously one of the best project for investors, because they can start from scratch and decide what they want. So our ambition is to bring investors in Italy. I represent the public, but it's obvious that we cannot do everything, and so we manage good excellent relationship with our other investors and our colleagues that are in other asset management company that Davide represents. And so in our case, the big opportunity is that our investments, they have the size for big investors, so we can scale, and the ticket of investment is higher than investment traditionally we have in Italy. Just talking about numbers, last year we had about 10 billion euros of investment in Italy, is all part of Italy. So, and probably half are concentrated in Milan. And this is the reason why we are working on that. And one example of this is, for example, the project that we launched in Milan, and where you can see that the numbers are numbers more similar to a huge project that you can find in other countries. And this project that started from land that was previously used by defense is about more than 400,000 square meters. So is so big, and you start from scratch. You can do everything you want, unless, for example, logistic, but you can do residential or hospitality and everything. And 70% of this area will be covered by trees. And this will be a fund, as an investment fund, that is Article 8, based on the regulation, European regulation on ESG compliant. And this means that when you come in Italy and you start to talk with the government, you can start to dialogue about deals that are for 100 million euros. And this is the way we want to scale our country and to contribute more, because we know that, for example, real estate, all sectors and all ancillary or usually activities, we account for 20% of our GDP. And we know that if we want to grow as GDP, it's obvious that we have to grow where we are the best. And this is an opportunity, but just to show you that INVIMIT can contribute for the country to scale, to attract investors. I'm really sure that if we start to invest in Italy, if you start to invest in Italy, our companies, our project manager, our companies that are obviously skilled in this field, they start to be more interested in your country, because they start to know you. And knowledge is the first step to start to do the other things.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Ciongezzi, going back to the RIA, what's the strategy you have in the next future to integrate the real estate development plans with the all ecosystems you have, the Vision 2030 in the country, with the hotel brands, international brands you are now hosting? Thank you.
No, thank you. From an overall integration perspective, I touched on it earlier, that what's our role and mandate in terms of what we are contributing to the economy. So I'm not going to bore you again with that stat, but from what the goal, initially strategy was to bring in international, well-known, established brands to kickstart that progress, because the consumer market is there. I mean, as far as the Riyadh alone, as I mentioned earlier, you're talking about today, 8 million of that sits at our doorstep right there in Riyadh. So encatchment is there. Consumer, in terms of disposable income, is one of the healthiest one. In terms of expatriate national mix, it is one of the healthiest in the region. It's about 60%, over 60% Saudi population, of which nearly over 60% are under 35 years old. So you're talking about a very young, eager to experience, well-heeled, well-traveled demographic right there. So that's one aspect that we were catering to. And secondly, our goal is to create and focus on quality of life from the perspective of making sure that we are integrating with the community, not only providing the job opportunities that I mentioned earlier, but also enhancing the quality of life. It is the overall goal that connects back to the vision as well, as a vibrant community, as was one of the pillars of the Vision 2030. And how we are integrating that into the ecosystem is by not creating a destination that you come and take a selfie and go back. No, that's not our goal. Our goal is that 14 square kilometer of development area that we have. By the way, our mandate, our land is 190 square kilometer. It's the size of a city, basically. Daraya's land, Daraya's own land, regulatory land, 190 square kilometer, of which we are only developing about 70 square kilometer of that area. Now, talking about Daraya and coming back to your question, that integration is being done in a way that it is a place for people to come and visit. Yes, for sure, UNESCO World Heritage Site, who wouldn't want to come? But also to live. We are creating more than 18,000 residential units within that. And also to work. There is a commercial office space lack at the moment in terms of quality. We are bridging that. Thanks to the collaborations with Ministry of Investment, Ministry of Tourism, you have amazing projects like regional headquarter projects that are being attracted into the kingdom, into Saudi Arabia, into Riyadh. 44 of them had already announced moving their regional headquarters into Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Our friends in Tourism Development Fund, for example, they've established targeted development funds for hospitality. So if you want to tap into it, take advantage of that, hundreds of $millions of funds are created already. There are some brand specific, some non-brand specific, some tier specific, some low tier. So there's so many opportunities that I think it will definitely take you until dinner if I keep talking, but hopefully that gives you an idea.
Thank you. So let's go to the last question to the President Albertini Petroni. And for you, Mr. President, how do you see an hypothetical structure of a partnership between an Italian and a Saudi firm? And how can this strategic partnership can work?
Obviously, first of all, as a lot of people said before, the cooperation, the discussion, the open discussion between different cultures always increase the knowledge, no? So exchange opinion, suggestion about the real estate transformation is always an open mind approach, because obviously our different culture and we have to face the great transformation of the real estate due several factors: climate change, innovation technology, dynamic demographics. So obviously the speaking with each other is always a good opportunity. The second, regarding obviously the opportunities that we have in the real estate, Italian real estate market, is kind of that we kind of approach and discuss together for the several sectors. Tourism is one of these. We have to, as I told you before, build a lot of 5-star hotels. In the tourism is always in the agenda of the government. As in the PNRR, there are a lot of money to increase the digitalization, the digital platform to increase the marketing and communication and service provider remote. There are a lot of money for increase the accessibility and the access of the new location and the location for the touristic location with the intermodal system between car, plane, and train, and so on. So there are the conditions to foster the private investor and deploy capital in the tourism. And as I told you before, there are huge room for the investment in the logistic platform in the south of Italy, and the huge room for investing in the residential sector. We are, I think, at the beginning of a new era for residential. Imagine that the volume transaction in Italy for the residential is 120 billion euros, and only 5% belong to the institutional investors. The 95% is a transaction among families, private families. That's why, similar what's happening in USA or in north of Europe, the residential sector belong to the institutional investors is roughly 25–30% of the total market. In Italy, it's roughly 1%. So it's very few. So there is a lot of opportunities to invest in this. There is a new demand. As I told you, the demand of the residential is changing. The demand of tourism is changing because we need different hotel with different services, open to the obviously traditional attractiveness of Italian food, furniture, and hospitality. And obviously, this one is a huge opportunity. And a lot of people said before, we have to start to know each other and then create, obviously, collaboration, discussion, and then we invest together in our countries.
So thank you very much also to be in time. And we close this panel and give the floor to the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. Antonio Barreca, thank you very much to all the speakers for this excellent panel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to wrap up our forum, Italian-Saudi forum. We started with political ambition, national strategy. We went through business experiences and relationship and investment opportunity. Now, it's time for the closing. What's next after this vibrant dialogue that for sure created conditions for a better understanding and knowing? The Vice Minister, Valentino Valentini, has been following all the meeting and will give his closing remarks. Please.
So, being the last hurdle before the fettuccine and burrata, like was said before, I wouldn't want to make that too long. We noticed during the course of this panels, we've heard a lot of very stimulating elements. And the first thing that I would like to stress is that Vision 2030 is no longer a vision, but is rather a reality in the making. And what we notice today is that Italian companies are part of that reality, and we are, albeit a small part, we intend to become a larger part of that reality, and we intend to do it together. As much as we think that the sound investment in our country can contribute to the development of this country and to the, I would say, the wider platform that sustains what we heard being already not a project, but being something that is being realized. We've noticed that Saudi Arabia is a place where money becomes capital and capital becomes working capital. We want to be part of that. We want to make sure that your working capital is put to good use. We want to be part of that good capital. And like I said, together we want to make this, this dream a reality. So let's make it happen, like they say in Saudi, Yani. Thank you very much. Shukran.
We'll start again with 2 workshops at 3:30. Please get also all your personal belongings, because the layout of the room will change to allow B2B meetings in the afternoon. Thank you very much.